Hello. Right. Hello, hello. Today is scary story time. I am not sure this is a good plan. And I forgot to mute my laptop. So, my audio. So yeah. Cool. So, yes, thank you very much to Ideal Xbox for code for streaming purposes for this game. Hoi, cold. So this is The Letter, a horror visual novel. Developed by Yang Yang Mobile and published by East Asia Soft. It came out on the 15th of December 2021. It is £16.74 or $19.99. Excuse me. So, to what ends will one go in order to survive? When 7 people fall prey to a vicious curse, they discover that the true threat rests not within the shadows, but within their own hearts and minds. The Letter is an interactive horror-themed drama inspired by classic Asian horror films. Told through an immersive branching narrative, the game casts players in the ever-shifting roles of 7 characters as they find themselves entangled in a mystery that's plagued Ermengarde Mansion for centuries. Choices you make will shape and drive the story forward. Will you mend a relationship on the verge of collapse, or will you let it fall apart? Will you risk saving someone despite the consequences you could face, or leave them to meet a gruesome end? Beyond the horror themes of The Letter, there is an emphasis on character development and interaction. The fate of each of these individuals is in your hands. So, this is an RTDL one. Random to-do list. Hi, Alkash. I still don't have a command for that. But it's... I'm probably just going to do one stream. I have to admit, I am a wuss. I think that is the word for it. So I don't want particularly to do many stream of this. So we will do one, so you can see what the game is like, and then if you want to find out more about the horror, you can buy it yourself. And I will do what I don't normally do with visual novels, and I will just run it through to get the achievements, because I have a feeling this is gonna be scary, and I don't want scary. Anyway, there's 35 achievements, and yeah, if you skip through it, it's less than an hour completion, which I am not going to do. There are only 3 actual storyline achievements, all the rest are missable, so they're all alternate endings. So we'll do a good chunk, do 3 hours, good chunk, and then we will, say that we have done our best. We have done our best. So yeah, I will get on with it. Went outside earlier and it was windy and cold, and my brain feels a little bit like it's been rattled. Warm tea. Was good. Right. Okay, so let's have a look. Not unlocked anything extras yet. Oh yeah, I have my volume on my TV. Whereas that, I'm sure, will be great. It's meaning that I didn't realise that the music is actually quite loud right now. Actually, we'll alter it on here. Sound. Okay. Background music. Down a little bit. Character volumes. Oh, it's voiced! Oh, that's cool. Skip QTE. We'll do them for fine. Difficulty normal. It gets complicated. Then I will, do the changing. So I don't think we've unlocked it. I literally haven't unlocked anything yet, so there are 7 chapters. So yeah. We're probably gonna... Okay. Gonna turn that down a little bit. Thanks for the follow, Cran. And hi. Yes, so this is a scary story. It may make me jump. It also appears to be voiced, but I will do a narrator. I could do a Scottish narrator. I think Ermengarde sounds really cool and Scottish, so you can distinguish between me narrating and me talking normally. We're going to go with the Ermengarde Museum. No, the Ermengarde Mansion. It was built for Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde of Luxbourne, humble ambassadors of peace and beloved by their people. Both were well known for their compassion and generosity, never failing to extend a helping hand to anyone in need. Under their influence and wealth, what was once a small sleepy village grew to a prosperous and bustling town. However, the seasons of joy eventually ended when the good nobles perished at the hands of a great plague. I wonder if it makes it slightly less scary if I'm doing a really bad Scottish accent. Their riches and legacy were henceforth passed on to their only child, Lady Charlotte Ermengarde. The mansion has stood since the 1620s, a witness to a very long history of joy and pain. After Lady Charlotte committed suicide, the great house was eventually left uninhabited. Sorry. My upstairs neighbours have now resorted to banging. They'll be gone in 5 days. Less than 5 days. 4 days. 4.5 days. Hopefully then I get new neighbours that are not complete assholes. Anyway, hopefully y'all are doing okay, and I will endeavour to tune them out. And that your weekend has gone okay, and that, you're all nice and relaxed. And that is when it began. Surrounding villages spoke of seeing and hearing unearthly things, of cries and howls that filled the nights, and hearsay of a mysterious woman roaming the hollowed halls aimlessly. People who dared enter its walls were simply never heard from again. Even after 400 years, these stories remain, much like the house itself. Whispers about the once great house, its legend and its curse, still fall along upon the villagers' ears. In spite of this, the current owners are convinced that these stories are nothing more than a hoax. With a little regard for the truth, they had Briar Realty Corporation place the property back on sale. Like Pandora's box, the secrets that lie inside await to be discovered by brave souls. No matter what happens, take care not to be consumed by the curse. Good luck. Isabella.
Hello? Isabella? Are you there? Where are you?
A familiar jittery voice comes from the other end.
Oh, hey Rose! I'm at St. Goretti High. What's the matter?
What do you mean, what's the matter? It's the mansion, silly. I'm here and you're late. Jeez, we're on shift together. You promised. Oh my god, please don't tell me you forgot. You were planning on leaving me to check this place out on my own, weren't you? You chickened out.
Calm down. You know I take my promises seriously.
I'd like to believe that. So hurry up and get here. This place is huge. A bit too quiet since no one's lived here since, like, forever, but beautiful nonetheless.
Why are you so surprised? This isn't the first time you've been there.
I know. I just wish I could live in a place like this. It really takes my breath away.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Not after the rumors that say it's haunted.
Jeez, never mind those rumors. Ghosts aren't real after all. And even if they are, which they are not, they can't do anything. They're nothing but spirits.
You don't know that. They might be listening or watching right now, and they might not be happy with you enough to curse you.
No offense, sweetie, but that's a bit of a stretch.
Believe it or not, it's better to be careful.
Right. You know, not every property we sell will end up with a dead body stuffed in a sofa.
And I think that mansion is where we'll likely find another one. I can feel it.
That was one time, Isabella. Loosen up.
I'm curious about how I... Aha. It is the D-pad. I want to see what my journal entry is. Maybe it was profiles. Aha! Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos. Birth date May 28th. Gemini, 26 years old. Height 5'2", 158 centimeters. Occupation estate agent. Nationality Filipino. Religion Roman Catholic. Education fine arts undergraduate. Likes cinnamon rolls, dogs, food, police procedural dramas, and tele-eyes? Telesite? Can't read that. Comedies and karaoke. She is the third child among 7, daughter of a laundrywoman and a something driver. Sorry, this font is really hard to read at this particular distance. She went to a public school and was an average student, but took art easily. Eventually, she pursued a degree in fine arts and encouraged by her father. However, when the man was diagnosed with a terminal illness, she had to stop studying to make money. It was Isabella's aunt who helped us get work overseas in order to earn more money than any local job could get at. Rose Cooper became her mentor as soon as she started as an agent at BRC. It's been 5 years since she met her neighbour Rebecca. She met Ashton during an unfortunate incident involving her first sale at Devlin Court, and later Zachary through him. Okay.
Wait, just get here ASAP, please. I'm getting bored being here on my own.
Oh, it's got a branching tree. Okay, we don't want to proceed and do spoilers, but I like branching trees. Always good.
Fine,
Nice corners.
fine. Let me just finish up here. I'll be right there soon.
Okay, see you. Bye.
She hangs up. Oh, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. 20 months, Mr. Corners. Blimey. Blimey. How you doing? She hangs up before I can respond. Rose, still charming as ever.
Who was that?
I look up from my phone to see Rebecca. Becca, give me a questioning look.
Oh, that? It's just Rose.
Rose? The one you said who trained you for your job back when you started? You're working together again?
Just for this property. We've been scoping out that big mansion down Anselm Village after the renovations. Today's sort of its grand opening to the public.
Oh, wait, mansion? That big spooky one you've been telling everyone about? Didn't you keep saying how it just gave you the creeps? You actually went there? And you're going back?
Well, I did promise Rose I wouldn't ditch her. And besides, a job is a job. Gotta do what you gotta do to make a living.
You ain't the truth. Ha! As soon as those words leave my mouth, Becca lets out a soft chuckle.
What's so funny?
Nothing. It's just that I didn't expect you to say that. Coming from you, it sounds so out of character. I mean, no offense, but you've been freaking out about the place being creepy ever since you got assigned to it. Cursed rumors and all. I honestly thought you'd back out.
Not all the time. I could really use a huge amount of cash right now, and this is just the fastest way to get it. Plus, listen to this. Briar Realty wants it sold as soon as possible, and the agent who lands the deal is going to get a huge bonus. They never give bonuses like that. Getting that would make life so much easier. They're desperate, I'm desperate, it's perfect.
A sympathetic look crosses her face.
You know, if you're really in urgent need of money, you could have just asked me. Or Ashton. We can always let you borrow, and you can pay us back whenever.
I have to keep myself from groaning out loud. And the years I've known her, I can already tell what to expect once she has that expression.
Becca!
I've noticed that you've been living off instant noodles these past few weeks.
She crosses her arms and grimaces at the thought. Her voice slightly rises as she begins to scold me. Instantly, I'm reminded of why Becca excels at teaching boisterous teenagers.
Stop eating junk! They're cheap, but they're not good for you. You'll definitely end up in the hospital if you keep at it.
Here we go again. I eat other
Hey!
things.
I eat other things too.
Oh, that's all that. Made your first decision. I fold my arms across my chest, mimicking her posture and giving her the best frown I can muster. The same one I'd use with my younger siblings when they're being difficult. Okay. Relationship. ++ Rebecca. Instead, she only raises an eyebrow at me.
That's not going to work on me. And I saw it when you were cleaning your flat last week. The instant noodle cups outnumber everything else.
You're just exaggerating. Did you even see what's in my cupboard yet? I'm not just living on instant noodles alone. I've got canned beans, peas, tuna, ham, and even hamburgers in there.
Becca's an inkling her nose by the time I get to the end of the small list. She even went a little green on that last one. Would have laughed a little at that if I didn't know it would only lead to more reprimands from her.
Aren't those the same ones you won from the grocer's raffle more than a year ago? Oh, I sincerely hope you're checking the date stamps on those things before eating them. I don't want a repeat of last year. In any case, those are still not exactly healthier choices, Belle.
She shakes her head, possibly laughing at some funny distant memory. When she looks up, I immediately brace myself. More words from her. Sometimes that's just best to let Becca talk until she's out of things to see. But when she turns her attention back to me, there's only warmth in her smile.
What am I going to do with you?
She says this more to herself than to me, her voice shifting to something kinder, even motherly, if I'm looking for the exact word.
I hope you know that it's impossible not to worry about you when you're like this. You don't have to keep eating the same thing. I already told you before. You're always free to reheat food in my fridge.
Thanks, Becca. I really appreciate it, but you don't need to keep babying me. You've been taking care of me since after I moved here. You have to take a break sometime. And before you ask again, no. You know I'm not a fan of borrowing money. And I'm not going to ask you to give me what you earned hard for yourself.
You and your pride. But suit yourself. The offer stays on the table, though.
Nah, I nod in response, if only to get her to drop the topic. But I'm pretty certain I will never take that offer. Ever. Neither a borrower nor a lender be. That's always the rule, isn't it? Ever. It has nothing to do with pride. I've simply seen plenty of times how friendship can take a turn for the worse just because of a few unpaid debts. I don't want something like that to happen between me and Becca. We may argue about a lot of small petty things, but she already feels like a real sister to me. I don't want to lose that friendship over something so trivial. Becca's movements when she takes a quick glance at something behind me snaps me out of my thoughts.
Well, enough chit-chat. Lunch is ending, and my students will be back any minute. We can catch up later. Good luck with your clients. You better treat us to lunch or something if you get that sale.
You bet!
With a small smile, she returns to her desk and begins sifting through the pages of her rather thick history book. She's probably working on next week's lesson plan. Or trying, at least. Her eyes are distant, and she doesn't seem too attentive to whatever is on the page. As if she heard my thoughts, Becca starts coughing heavily. Her hand hastily goes to her mouth to stifle the sounds. And this is precisely why I followed her here. As someone who makes a habit out of worrying about other people, Becca sure forgets to take care of herself.
Hey, you sure you can manage on your own? I mean, you're still a bit feverish.
Hush, dear. Don't you worry about me. I'll just drink some medicine and I'll be right as rain.
I'll level up with a flat look. She had a cold for a couple of days now. Something about the strange weather not agreeing with her lately. And despite my advice to take the week off and rest, I found her apartment empty when I dropped by this morning. She even left the medicine her doctor prescribed. Like I was being stubborn now.
You shouldn't even be working right now.
Seriously, you big baby. I'll be fine. For now, just go to work and stop making that Rose girl wait for you. I'll call you if I still feel bad, and you can come pick me up if it makes you feel any better.
She offers me a reassuring smile. I can only sigh. Can't even bother. There's no stopping her once she's decided on something. Defeated, I reach inside my bag to pull out the same bottle of medicine she left earlier. She looks at it warily when I place it in front of her. Unfortunately for her, this is one thing I'm not letting her have her way.
All right, but don't forget what the doctor said. Drink this on time. I'll see you later, okay?
Also, an amused gleam in her eyes when she shifts them back to me.
Look who's playing the mother hen now.
Rebecca!
Okay. I won't tease anymore. I'll make sure to drink it, Mom.
Before I can retort, she casts another glance at the clock. I take that as a sign to finally end the conversation and my short visit. With a small wave, I leave her alone to her classroom and her thoughts. I hail a passing taxi to take me to the property as soon as I leave the school grounds. Sorry. It's this thing. It's like, as soon as I sit down in my comfy chair, as like parasympathetic, something engages, and which is why I'm yawning. Because I was relaxed, which is great. I just trying not to yawn so much on stream. The mansion has some ways out in the countryside, but I don't have trouble giving the driver directions. Apparently everyone in Luxbourne City knows of, including every bit of rumour surrounding the place. In fact, just the mention of its name is enough for locals to give you cautious sidelong glances. I learned that the hard way the first time I commuted there, and it only boosted my belief that there's something more to the house. Even the news of it being renovated and placed back up on the market has caused quite a stir. Thankfully, it died down a few weeks later. The place would have become a lot harder to sell otherwise. I'd avert my eyes from the window once the buildings shrink in the distance. We get a glimpse of the countryside soon, although a quick glance at my watch tells me we're still a few minutes away from our destination. Might as well get some work done. Rose did ask me to review the mansion's documents. I already looked them over last night, but you never know when things might go wrong. Mr. Antiques and Mrs. Flowers. The Sleepy Sheep Inn, library, and Starbucks. Coffee. And also the Briar something Realty something or other. Corporation, maybe? And the Rabbit Bar? Something about fonts today in my eyes are tired. Life has a way of messing things up like that. Halfway through reading the papers, my phone rings again. I pick it up without looking, neatly tucking it between my ear and my shoulder. It's probably just Rose again anyway.
Rose?
Guess again.
That voice.
Ash.
Bingo.
Hey, what's up?
Just checking if you're still cool later this evening.
You mean that thing with Zach?
Yeah. He even called in the middle of the night just to remind me.
No, don't worry. I didn't forget. I'll be there.
Cool. I'll see you later. What time do you get off?
Around 6 p.m.? I don't know. It's the first day of the Ermengarde Mansion's open house, and we're expecting quite a number of potential buyers. I'll be booked the whole afternoon.
Ermengarde Mansion?
You know, the big Jacobean mansion at Anselm Village? I'm on my way there right now, actually.
On your own?
Yeah, well, Rose is already there, but yeah.
I see. Looks like the scaredy cat finally toughened up.
Shut up!
Ash chuckles and I can't help but roll my eyes upon hearing it.
I'll see you later. Drop me a call when you're done. I'll see if I can pick you up.
Whatever.
Stupid asshole, always teasing me when he sees a chance. I'll show him who's tough. Okay, takes a few more minutes until I finally reach the infamous mansion. Okay. Friday, October 21st. Before going to the Ermengarde mansion, Isabella Santos dropped by St. Goretti High School to check in on Rebecca Gales. The former reminded the latter to take her flu medicine before leaving. On the way to the mansion, Isabella received a phone call from Ashton Frey, reminding her of Zachary Steele's movie premiere that night. Unlikely to have any other things. Okay. I have to admit, the entire property does look wonderful from the outside. Yet, despite all of this, it does nothing to hide that something is just wrong. The surrounding area is unusually silent, and only the rustling of the leaves can be heard as the occasional breeze passes. While Ansem Village is just a few miles away, everyone keeps their distance on purpose. Perhaps out of fear, the horror of falling under the mansion's curse. Somehow it makes me feel sad. The lack of immediate human presence just makes this place all the more eerie than it has any right to be. I have this uncanny and broad daylight. I can't imagine how this place looks at night.
Are you planning to go inside that place, Missy?
The voice nearly makes me jump out my skin. Without completely taking my eyes away from the house, I gave the driver a confused nod. Hi, Dan. Scary story time? Haunted mansion. For like 400 years. They've just renovated it, and the main character is an estate agent who's running an open house. That's probably all you need to know right now. Also, hi. How you doing? I beat passes while I wait for him to say more, but his only answer is a non-committal hum. Belatedly, it occurs to me I must have been waiting for my payment. I mentally slap myself for spacing out and promptly hand in the fare with an apologetic look. I expected him to leave as soon as I've peed, but there's a hesitant expression on him as if something hasn't been said yet.
Is there something wrong?
Look, Missy, I'm sure you've heard what the people are telling everyone about that place. Nobody likes to be disturbed when they're at peace, and I'm pretty sure whatever they say is in that house doesn't want to either. I admit they did a good job fixing it up, but there must have been a reason why even distant relatives of the family who used to own the house never lived in there despite inheriting it. No wonder they wanted to get rid of it.
Maybe they just didn't like it?
You never know.
He drives off after, but what he has said left a foreboding feeling in my gut. I breathe out a heavy sigh as I approach the house. After hearing enough of the rumours, I should have expected the conversation to take that turn. But I'm already here, backing out is completely out of the question. It's not like I have a choice anyway. Oh, apparently we're broke. We get a huge commission if we sell the haunted house. If I want to get that bonus in commission one way or another, I've got to sell this property. The door is ajar when I get to it, however, while my own copy of the keys dangle uselessly in my hand. Rose must have left it open when she arrived. Rose is our aunt, who took us in. That's weird. Maybe the only people here this early, but I've never known her as someone careless. Hi, Target. No, I decided that because it's voiced, I only get to do one accent, so this is the accent for the narrator, which I thought was Scottish, but is possibly slightly Irish today. I don't know. This is what I'm going for, so, you know. I was trying to distinguish from my normal voice, but then occasionally I like to just lapse into whatever Gaelic accent is currently on vogue. I think this is like it's based on like an Asian horror story. It's mostly Scottish. There we go. As long as it's mostly there, we're good. It's probably a wee bit Irish and Geordie and Welsh, a little bit in between, but I'm going for Gaelic, and that sort of covers all of that. That's fine. I just decided if I can only do one voice for the story time, as I'm going to be a Scottish narrator. So that's me. So, because all the characters have voices, so I don't have to switch. I can just stick with one, which is great. But we've not got to any scary bits yet. I am a huge wuss, so, you know. I mean, possibly an actual Scottish person would be able to tell the difference. But hey. Anyway, this looks like something out of one of my webcomics. It's very pretty. Entering what greets me inside leaves me gaping. They've cleaned every corner, waxed the floor, dusted the antiques, searched every nook, cranny and crevice, and made it spick and span. Okay, yeah, indeed. All for the sake of making the mansion more enticing to the modern day lords and ladies. Are there really modern day lords and... I mean, there are, but it's more likely to be a movie star that'd be interested in a place like this. Anyway, no matter how hard they try, the mansion still looks as soulless as ever. As though it's going to eat you alive. If you ask me, they should have just listened to what the other people have been telling them and leave this place alone. Something this world are better left alone, never to be disturbed ever again.
Rose?
I call out.
Rose, I'm here. Where are you?
My voice echoes softly through the hallways. Oh, who am I kidding? And a place this big, I don't think she'll hear me no matter how deafening the silence is. She could be all the way on the other side of the property for all I know. Quickly, I reach for my phone and I dial a number. But
The number you have dialed has not been recognized. Please check and try again.
what do you mean has not been recognised? We were just talking a while ago. It's not like she was eaten by the house, right? Or maybe the ghost did hear us talking and spirited away. Right? Right? No, Isabella, don't be ridiculous. She probably just wandered deeper into the house and lost signal or something. I dial a number again, hoping the call will connect this time.
The number you have dialed has not been recognized. Please check and try again.
How's everyone's weekends going anyway? Everyone doing okay? Or, acceptably? But to no avail. Oh boy. I have a very bad feeling about this.
Rose? If you can hear me, please come out. Come on, Rose! This isn't funny! You know this place gives me the creeps.
You rematted your home gym. I don't know which to be more impressed about. The fact that you rematted it or that you have a home gym. I have a yoga mat in my cupboard that I don't get out and some weights that are just gathering dust. The little tiny ones, they're pathetic, but have an actual home gym. It sounds like a bonny idea, but probably not practical for me. I am not good at the exercising. I mean, still, even if it's a garage, that's still, you have space and it has equipment and mats. I mean, that is very, very sensible. Very sensible. I just decided I would stay indoors for 2 years and occasionally go for a walk. Chasing after my neighbour's 3-year-old today going, oh my god, I'm out of shape. Oh dear. We went on the London Eye. Just more exciting than I thought it was going to be. I think that has the addition, if you add a 3-year-old to anything, they just get really excited about stuff, so it makes you happier. And he fell asleep on his dad on the way home. It's like, oh, which is really cute. So, yeah, it was a nice morning. I am a bit tired now. Also, my sock decided it was going to put the one seam right under my toe. So, I have a sore spot. It's okay. I will survive. And now we've got a scary story. No answer. This isn't going to work. The place is big. She could be anywhere. I need to start looking for her. I take a deep breath before venturing deeper into the mansion. Taking a couple of steps forward, I notice something move above the grand staircase.
What the hell? Rose? Rose, is that you? Not funny! I'm leaving you if you don't come out!
Oh, that sounds, very disjointed. I can understand your confusion, Dan. But very nice of Milo to let you sleep in. You obviously needed the sleep.
Not coming out, huh? Fine, I'm going.
Okay, that's a lie. She's my friend. I can't really leave until I know she's alright. Growing desperate, I try to contact her number again. Go on, please give me some. Please, Lord. Yes, finally!
Hello? Hello? Rose, I'm here at the mansion. Where the hell are you?
She doesn't respond. There's also heavy static coming from her side. I sincerely hope it doesn't get cut off again before I can get an answer from her.
Rose, come on. Where are you?
A few moments pass until the static eventually starts to quiet down.
What? The attic? Why?
Crap, it got cut off. Man, do I really need to go there? With how deep inside the mansion the attic is, there's barely any signal there. No wonder I can't contact her. But why is she there? It's a bloody haunted house. Why'd you go in the attic? You silly woman. Out of all places, she just has to make me go fetch her in the creepiest room of this place. I should doing this to get back at me for being late. Whatever, I'll just go. The sooner I meet up with her, the sooner I feel better about being here. I carefully make my way up the stairs. My legs wobble as I mentally curse the fact that I've chosen real estate instead of picking a career that doesn't involve strange abandoned houses. I mean, exactly, Tarragon. I mean, she's not going to be in the attic unless we find her dead body. I mean, that could be, entirely possible as well. Upon reaching the top, the grand hallway greets me. That's not particularly grand. It's like a teeny-weeny hallway with open curtains. That's a grand hallway. It branches out to the two major wings of the mansion, the east wing and the west wing. Very, very good. Very, very ingenious naming there. There are two attics here, one on each side. There's a lot of attics. But the east one has been converted to a storage room of sorts, and somehow I find it least likely to Rose to wander there by herself. Besides, she never did like going into stuffy storage rooms. So I head towards the west wing first, where a simple wooden door at the end of the hall opens to a small room. Inside is another set of steps leading to the second attic. Unlike the grand staircase, though, the stairs to the attic are steep and narrow, made of old stones and covered with a thick coating of dust that kicks up into the air with every step. Check the dust. Are there any footprints? Has the dust been disturbed? If not, don't go up there. Haha! Yes, I got lucky with my Somnian Files ones. It was basically X-Ray the Mermaid. And then Backbone was the one that was in Act 1 instead of the one that was in Act 4. So I managed to get 2 yesterday. And then I started playing Mega Aquarium, which I don't get this game, but hey, hopefully I'll be able to finish it and then it'll get off my list. And this one has one as well, so, but yeah, Somnian was good. Having played it before, I sort of know where everything is, which helps as well. Thank God it's still tea time. If I wasn't for the light streaming through the door behind me, I might easily stumble and fall. With how old the place is, there are no light fixtures to illuminate the cramped passage up. Why didn't they bother to add one here when they renovated? Escapes me. Sheesh, they did it with the rest of the house. A small bedroom welcomes me at the end. Yours is for doing Iris' Somnium. Cool. Why is there a bedroom in the attic? It's creepy. Oh, it looks exactly as it did last time I've been here. Full of dust, worn out and faded by time. Scary ass attic room. Odd, I thought they cleaned up everything. Did the crew miss this room? Ugh, cleanliness is the least of my concerns right now. The more pressing matter is Rose. They checked the big chest. She's not here. Was I dreaming when I talked to her a while ago? Did I miss her? No, it couldn't have been a dream. After all, the creepy ambience of this estate is doing such a remarkable job of making sure I stay alert and awake. I mean, I could do without the cobwebs. It doesn't look very comfortable in here. I like the sloping roof and like the sort of ceiling windows. That I like that, but the rest of it looks like a servants' quarters type thing. As I'm sure she said she's here. Is this a prank? Maybe that phone call was Rose's last message to me before the curse got to her. Yeah, shut up, Breen, you're not helping. Don't make this scarier than it already is. But if she's not here... TV and an Xbox and you'll be fine. I think some comfy blankets and a cat would also help. Decent Wi-Fi. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking they should check that trunk thing. You know, it looks like you could stuff a body in there. Or check under the bed, you know. But if she's not here, then where is she? That made me jump. What in the hell was that? That's it. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. Is Rose the candle? Oh no! We must have angered the spirits living here. I knew disturbing this mansion was a bad idea right from the start. But nobody listened. Be fucking realistic, they said. They think I'm cuckoo because I believe in curses and ghosts and all that. Sadly, it's not a point and click, so I can't check anything. I've just got to hope that this woman is vaguely sensible and will at least look. But, you know, we're hearing creaky noises, so, you know. Me and my outlandish backwater country beliefs. I've always thrived to be a model employee, but not this time, no. I'm turning back for the sake of my sanity. Briar Realty can find another agent who is more realistic to tour people around this haunted house. Before leaving, I take one last look at the gloomy old room. Just to check.
Huh? What's this?
My worries about Rose's whereabouts must have caused me to miss it when I first entered the room. But there's clearly something on the floor. Looks like...
letter?
Lying on the ground, just a couple of inches away from my feet. Out of sheer curiosity, I lean down and pick it up. Strange. I don't recall seeing this the last time I was here. A few days back, me and a few other agents inspected the mansion to prepare for today. I had been the last to look inside the attic and leave, and this certainly hadn't been there before. Someone must have left it in this room since then. Did Rose leave this for me? Was she here a while ago? I couldn't have missed her though. Could I? There's only one set of stairs leading to the attic. The letter isn't exactly in pristine condition. In fact, it looks rather ancient. The paper is so thin and rough, I'm worried it'll fall apart as if I so much touch it. With great care, I open it, and what I read shakes me to my core. Oh, god damn it.
What?
Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me, help
Oh
me.
my
help me,
god.
help me. Pass it on. Hey, my achievement icon came back. Must have been restarting my Xbox. Or there's been an update. Okay, so Rose wasn't under the bed when we knelt down, because if there'd been a face under there, I may have jumped. I'm also thinking it's kind of chilly, so I'm just going to put the heating on because otherwise I'm going to think there's ghosts in here with me. I'm a wuss. Okay, I'm a wuss. All right. Oh, gosh. Right. Okay. My sloth cape is going to protect me and also keep me warm. Right. Story time with Jo. Yes. So, actually, she's stuck in a time loop, leaving that messages to herself. Rose left a long time ago and it's actually an old lady now. I mean, anything is possible at this point. I am curious, but also slightly terrified. Nothing but the words "help me" fills the page, all of it seemingly written with a crimson shaded pen. Or blood. I gulp. The scene freeze just goes on and on until... Send this to 5 people or else. It's fake spam thingies.
Send this to 5 people or else. Or else what?
It's fake. It's fake.
Or else what?
Someone's punking you, Isabella. As quickly as I can, I scan the back of the paper and peek into the envelope to make sure I'm not missing out on a second page. I know, God, chain letters, and then it became chain emails. And now it's just Nigerian princes and, you know, Discord moderators and all that. Or I accidentally reported your Steam account. But that's nothing.
No. Oh, please, no.
My hands tremble as dread creeps over me. The room is suddenly getting colder. I need to get out of here. Folding the paper in half, the sight that greets me next has me frozen on the spot. Oh! I don't want to look up. A pair of blood-soaked feet enters my field of vision, covered in gaping wounds, with skin eaten away to leave flesh and bone and all manner of things one isn't meant to see. That's too much. All of that is too much. I want to cry, call for help, but the world's catching my throat. Even my feet won't move, completely paralysed out of terror. Lord, please help me. Alright, chat, should I be brave? Should I be brave? Or do I close my eyes and pray? What do you think? Close my eyes and look up. That's not an option. Okay, be brave. Okay, right. I'm just gonna be brave. I need to face it. Whatever those feet belong to, I need to face it. And if I'm gonna die, if they're gonna kill me, at least I know what my kill looks like. Or if someone's punking you, you'll be able to call it a cold comfort. So with a deep breath, I summon every ounce of courage I have left in me and shift my gaze upwards.
Please, don't hurt me.
I'm thinking I scramble towards the door. I struggle to open it, but I won't budge.
Stay away! Go away! Please look!
No, I won't open now. My heart sinks as reality dawns in. I'm locked in with that thing. Where's her green hair?
Let me out! Let me out! Lord, please let me out!
It slowly approaches me as I wrench the doorknob back and forth. Yes. Kitty, you're not skipping. What a cutie. The door finally springs open and I couldn't have been happier. Wasting no time, I leap out the door and don't look back. My feet pound against the floor in rhythm with a loud, fast beating of my heart. By the time I run past the hallway and find myself atop the grand staircase, my chest feels so tight, like it's gonna burst. But that's nothing compared to the feeling of hope the sight of the exit gives me. Racing down the stairs, a breathy laugh escapes me and my shoe slips, and I find myself falling until my back hits the ground and pain racks my body. Yeah, who wanted to sleep in the attic room? My head grows fuzzy and my vision dims as I fight to stay conscious.
Go away.
The last thing I see are those feet before all I know is darkness. Okay. While looking for her missing co-agent, Isabella finds a mysterious letter in the Ermengarde mansion's attic. Driven to fear by what she read inside, thinking it's the place's curse at work, she hurried to leave the place, only to meet something. I don't know how to make it scroll, but anyway. I like the atmosphere. Yes, I mean, it's a horror movie. A horror game, so that's why I'm playing it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A buzz breaks the silence. I start to rouse, pulled into consciousness against my own will. I've never felt this tired before. I just want to sleep, but the incessant buzzing, poking and prodding isn't letting me. 3 a.m. Blimey. Yeah, you really should be sleeping. My old mattress might not be the comfiest of places, but that doesn't make me any more eager to wake up.
5 more minutes, Becca.
I swore to be whatever's nudging persistently at my side. Come on, can I just get a few extra minutes of sleep today? I promise I'll work hard once I'm up. A hand lightly taps my cheek and something cold has suddenly been pressed at the back of my head. The icy sensation slowly spreads throughout the area, giving me an uncomfortable feeling.
Isabella? Isabella? Stop. Can you hear me? Isabella?
As a fog immediately lifts from my mind the moment I recognise the voice and my eyes snap open. There, looking down at me, is Rose. Another woman loiters beside her, but my attention is too focused on my co-agent to even ask why there's someone else with her. Rose's posture just screams worry, although she's keeping a straight face, or trying to at least. I can't help but feeling bad for making her fret. A wave of dizziness washes over me as soon as I try and get up, forcing me to lie back down again. Luckily the feeling subsides after a few seconds, until only a mild throbbing somewhere at the back of my head remains. With a little assistance from Rose, I push myself upright. She hands me an ice pack and gestures for me to press it where I suspect a small bump has already formed, as if the light ache in the area indicates anything.
All right, Isabella, where are we?
The Ermengarde mansion. Why? Ow, my head.
And the date today?
October 21st? Rose.
Last one. Can you count to 15 in reverse order?
15, 14, 13, 12. No, that's wrong. Why are we doing this?
She's just checking if your injury is in any way serious.
This time I curiously regard the woman standing beside Rose. It's impossible to overlook her, what with the weight she towers over us. And here I thought Rose was already tall. Where's she anyway? Under the remaining cleaning crews? With how prim and just she is, I don't think anyone would want to clean in a suit. An expensive suit at that. The gloves alone must have kept a fortune. Her eyes slowly shift between me and Rose, considering us with an almost unreadable expression, before finally fixating a sharp gaze on me. I can't help but fold my arms protectively over myself as she does so. She may be far from a cleaning crew, but she certainly looks like our supervisor during evaluation.
Just do it, please.
I eye them both warily, but recite everything as she's asked. Rose releases a breath of relief once I'm done.
You scared me for a moment there. I was about to call for an ambulance.
You probably still
Oh,
should. She
what?
fell down the stairs. Exasperation soon replaces the dislike. The memory's a little fuzzy, but the attic and...
There was someone, Rose. In the attic.
Someone? You mean a client? Oh, that's unlikely. It's probably just one of the cleaning crews. The boss sent a few of them back this morning for some last minute...
No, not any of those. They're, I'm not actually sure. Wait, didn't I call you? You said you were in the attic when you answered. That's why I went there in the first place.
Both Rose and the lady just look at me like I've grown another head. Did I see something weird? Rose quickly casts an apologetic smile at the woman before the awkward silence stretches on further. See, I told you she had green hair. That's a saleswoman smile, the same one she taught me back when I was still her trainee. I should show this to troublesome clients, or just to avoid trouble in general, she advised. It's also the same one she gives me when I'm done something particularly absurd that may cause us to lose a potential sale. Her eyes are serious when she turns back to me. She takes both of my shoulders and gently squeezes it, with about as much patience as she can muster.
As much as I'd love to have gotten at least a heads up of your arrival, I didn't really get a call from you. You know, signal here is absolutely horrendous. I was in the garden earlier and couldn't even make a single call. Isabella, I'm going to ask again. Are you really all right? What happened?
I don't know. It's all a bit blurry. I remember I was looking for you, but you weren't in the attic. And there's... whoever it is. Then I must have tripped on a rug or something on the way down. Oh no. Do you think someone came in while you were out? You left the main door open. We are so going to get into big trouble if something gets stolen, Rose.
Perhaps it is a concussion.
Are you sure you feel fine? We could still call for an ambulance.
No, I'm fine. I'm okay, Rose. I can work.
Wait. Hold your horses, Rose. I can't just miss an important seal because of a minor bump in the head. An extremely minor bump. Got worse when I was a kid. This is nothing.
Besides, if I leave, you'll have to shoulder everything in the open house. Alone. And in a mansion this big?
Well, there's also the part where I may lose that bonus BRC promise, but that's completely beside the point. Rose gives me a skeptical look when I return the cold compress to her and push myself off the floor. I have to use the staircase's railings to steady myself, but otherwise I feel fine.
See? I'm A-okay.
I don't know if it's set in the US, because, yeah, in the US you can't just call an ambulance, because, you know, you might have to bankrupt yourself. I mean, she's Filipino. Yeah, exactly. I guess we wait until we find out where some of the others are from, or maybe we can extrapolate. I mean, I don't know why the diary starts on, like, the 17th, 18th, when, like, what happened to the 19th, 20th? So, yeah, anyway. The two of them exchange a worried glance, and Rose assumes a contemplative look. I bite my lower lip in anticipation if she says no.
All right, you in.
A smile threatens to slip out from me.
If I see that you aren't feeling well, I'm taking you personally to the nearest clinic to have you checked. Clear?
Clear as day, ma'am. Thanks, Rose.
Yeah.
You insisted. But remember what I said. First sign of you looking not okay, and we're off. No questions asked.
It's just a small bump. Don't worry.
You shouldn't downplay these kinds of things. It could be a serious injury for all we know.
You fell down the stairs. You know. Suddenly a small cough sounds against the walls of the foyer, interrupting our banter. The woman is looking expectantly at the two of us, her stare making me shrink back a little on myself. She isn't really intimidating. Well, she is. But not in a scary negative way. Far from it, actually. Her demeanour simply commands an air of sophistication and respect. On a different world, a younger me would have probably wished to be like her. At her lack of response, she coughs again, lifting a well-trimmed eyebrow at me in question. Words get caught in my throat at the sight of her, and Rose, as usual, is swift to catch my blunders.
My sincerest apologies, Mrs.
Miss McCulloch. Marianne McCulloch.
McCulloch? She sounds Scottish as well. Ooh, hello. Marianne McCulloch. Terraria Rose Designs, interior designer. McCulloch at xmail.com. Nice. +44. Well, that's a UK code. It could be in the UK. It could be UK because they did say lords and ladies, and this is a mansion. It feels like we might be in the UK. So call an ambulance, goddammit. The words interior designer catch my eyes before my partner flips it over. Oh, probably something interesting in the mansion as far as 17th century influence then. I won't hold it against her though. Despite the hair season remaining uninhabited for years, the mansion's original fittings and furniture have been kept completely intact and restored to pristine condition. I suppose some people find that trip to the past feeling appealing. After all, with what it offers, this place could also be a haven for people looking to live somewhere with classic historical charm. Oh, I know it is. Yes. Yep. I was just thinking that based off Lords and Ladies, because I mean, it could still be an interior designer from the UK flying out to America, but it is more than likely that this is set in the UK. Which is interesting, so we'll have to see.
Miss McCulloch.
But it's based on
I'm
Asian
Rose
horror
Cooper,
stories,
and
so...
this is my partner, Isabella Santos. We're just ironing out a few things, but we'll be starting the tour soon enough. In the meantime, we've prepared some refreshments for you in the parlor while you're waiting. If you could please...
Thanks. There's no need for it, though. I just stopped by for a quick survey of the place. I thought I should check the estate before I meet with the homeowners.
Rose's confusion is impossible to miss when she glances at me, and I return it with an equally perplexed look. And against my better judgment, I blurt out the first question that comes to mind.
I'm sorry. Homeowners?
I should have kept my mouth shut. A flash of irritation crosses her face, but it instantly disappears into a mask of professional detachment.
Yes. Hannah Wright? I was hired by her to handle the interior design for their newly bought home. This is the Ermengarde mansion, right?
It is, but...
And she pauses, possibly trying to find the right words to fix the awkward situation without offending someone. Suddenly Rose nudges me with her elbow. I'm just going to go with we'll check with the supervisor. These few moments have given me enough time to clear my head of any confusion or nervousness or confusion clouding it.
It is, ma'am, but we weren't aware the mansion has already been sold.
The Ermengarde mansion, yeah.
What
Sounds very English, I have to say. I must flinch when she turns her gaze on me, but I stand my ground. Besides, it isn't like I haven't dealt with awkward situations like this before. I may screw up at times, but that doesn't mean I haven't learned a thing or two in the 5 years I've worked in the business.
The mansion is indeed for sale, ma'am. Today's the open house, in fact. However, we haven't heard anything from the higher-ups that a deal has already been closed for this particular property. If you'd like, my co-agent and me can check with them right now.
She nods, seemingly deep in thought, after I've finished. She appears to be a reasonable person anyway. Given the proper explanation, she'd surely understand.
I thought something looked odd when I arrived here. Excuse me, I think I need to make a call to my secretary. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Santos.
With a slight wave of her hand, she leaves us. That seems to be the end of it. Both Rose and I breathe a sigh of relief. Disaster averted. I also don't miss the thumbs up she gives me for doing a good job, and I can't help but swell with pride. Yay! Still, I've already prepared myself to dial the number to our Luxembourg office. Luxborn office and check, even if she didn't ask for it. I will be very frustrated if for some reason something has already been decided without mine or Rose's knowledge. That's a whole new level of unfair. We've been working hard on this. Moments later, Miss Cola returns, looking a little frustrated, but with an apology clear in her face. I feel a little sorry for her having to go through all this trouble.
There seems to have been a little misunderstanding with my client. If you'll allow it, I'd like to stay and wait for them here. I was informed they'll be dropping by for the open house today. I figured it'd be a waste to just leave after that long drive. I might as well meet him here.
Certainly. You could stay at the parlor in the meantime, ma'am. I'm sure it won't be long before our guests arrive. And, Isabella? I left a few documents in my car. You know where I keep those. Can you please get it for me?
Rose takes a glance at her watch before tossing me set of keys.
And hurry! We've still got a few minutes to double-check those papers.
Okay, got it.
The two of them disappear behind the parlour's door. Okay. Rose, along with the woman who introduced herself as Marianne, found Isabella lying unconscious in the mansion's foyer before the open house's start. Unable to recall what happened prior, Isabella insisted on working, despite her co-agent's worries about her well-being. Their departure brings with it a stillness to keep me company, neither welcoming nor comforting. I mean, yeah. Alone like this, it's impossible not to think of what really happened. I wish the memory isn't as elusive as it normally is. Then again, Rose already said she didn't receive any call from me. Was it just paranoia? A temporary lapse after hearing all those tales about this place? Probably. I want to think of it as such. Better to think of it as such so I can work in peace. Except a small point in my mind, a part of my mind begs to differ. And if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, I want nothing more than to leave this place as soon as possible. I don't know what's in this house and I don't want to know. The keys Rose have just handed me dig into my palm, as jagged edges creating shallow ridges on my skin from how hard I'm clutching it. It's a reminder of what I need to do, still need to do, and why I've taken this job in the first place. Sorry. Hugging my blazer closer to my body, I exit the house to get what Rose has asked of me. Just a few more hours, Isabella. Sell the house, get the money. Whoa, you... A flock of people have already gathered in the mansion's front yard by the time we officially open the doors. I'm not sure whether I should feel baffled or underdressed standing in their presence. Men and women of wealth and status, all dressed just to nines in fancy suits and lovely dresses of various colours, composed the medium-sized crowd. Their necks, arms and fingers are adorned with silver and gold, glinting in the afternoon sun. Some have even ridiculously fancy feathered hats on their heads. I really hope there aren't any magpies living nearby like in the stories. Those birds will have a field day in this. They're murmuring among themselves, looking at the estate's facade appraisingly, with some arguing about whose mansion has the superior architecture. But most of it stops as Rose calls for their attention. They don't look too pleased about being ordered around, but what can they do about it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rose Cooper, and this is my partner, Isabella Santos. We'll be taking a tour of the mansion in 2 groups. Please make sure you filled up our sign-in forms before joining a specific group.
Those who want to look around the first floor, please follow my partner. I'll be guiding the ones who wish to see the ground floor.
Hearing this, a few wonder to me. They're mostly old ladies who seem daunted at the idea of climbing all those stairs. Miss McCullough also joins our group, but what really catches my eye is the elegantly dressed pair she approaches.
It's so nice to finally meet you! When Chief Inspector Lee mentioned that a famous interior designer is in town, I knew I had to get you.
Your confidence in my skills is very flattering, ma'am.
I'm sure you won't disappoint, Marianne.
Oh, you know each other?
Not at all, ma'am.
You mentioned something about a Marianne on our way here, darling?
Oh dear, total lies. Total lies.
Oh, yes, I think I did.
They must be the clients she was talking about. I might have seen their faces somewhere before in some magazine or the television, I can't quite remember. But then again, most of our guests have likely ended up on the news one way or another. I wouldn't be surprised if these two already have. For people who are popular, though, they aren't dressed as loudly as the others. And in their simplicity, the couple stands out. The woman in particular is stunning enough to turn the heads of most people in my group, especially the man with wandering eyes. The guy standing beside her doesn't even mind, though. If I'm going to be a bit bold with my assumptions, I'd say he's basking in the attention. Both of them, in fact. I think they're brother and sister if that wasn't for their public displays of affection. The matching rings on their fingers just cement the fact that they are indeed a couple. Whatever. Couple or not, what's important is we get this deal closed before the current owners can even think of cancelling the listing. I just hope one of the people in mine or Rosa's group is brave and generous enough to buy this mansion. And so, with peepers in hand, I lead the way. And yeah, whispering among themselves or going ooh and ah over one thing or another, they ask questions. From how the restoration process went to the history of the place, I answer them all, more than happy to talk about the art pieces and architecture mostly. And if I'm careful not to mention anything about the urban legend. Not a good material for sales talk, even if the entire population of Luxbourne knows about it.
Some of the furnishings here are actually the 17th century originals, all of which have undergone a painstaking restoration process just to return its original beauty.
Even the glass thing. Colorful ones. Oh, I don't know, but you get the idea, I hope.
Especially that one, ma'am. It is said to be a gift commissioned by the fiancé of Lady Charlotte Ermengarde.
Even a stained glass window. Show them the attic. Yeah, indeed. Let's get them all killed.
The mansion's current owners have specifically requested that the restoration crew take great care in handling it. It's a priceless work of art and the most distinctive feature of the mansion.
By the time I've stopped talking, her attention is already elsewhere.
Isn't this place wonderful, darling? I told you it's not a total waste of your time.
I don't know. Isn't it a bit too small? We might have to break a wall down to have more room.
Well, I think it is just right. Don't you think so, Marianne?
It is splendid, ma'am. But isn't it a little too early to make plans when no deal has been signed yet?
Never mind that. It isn't going to be a problem. We've got a wonderful legal team to handle everything. Start taking notes, though. I think I've got a few things I want changed before we move in.
The rest of their conversation gets lost in the chatter of our companions. Don't want to make any assumptions yet, but their shared interest is enough to give me some semblance of hope. Yes, you should sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Tarragon, and I will test out your new spreadsheet. Okay, today marked the open house. 17th century property. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nothing we don't already know. It's just a summary so far. Please, oh please, oh please, let these guys be the one. Sleep well. Eventually our group reaches the kitchen. Much like the rest of the house, a great deal of effort has been put into retaining the room's classic appeal. Why is there a trapdoor in the middle of the floor? I would totally fall over that every single time I walk past. Gorgeous cabinets though. The open hearth at the end of the room in particular looks amusing, like the ones I've only seen in fairy tale books. And mad props to the cleaning crew. Seriously? After overhearing hundreds of their complaints about the soot and tar staining of the bricks, and how much a pain in the ass cleaning this will be, they still managed to pull this off. Make it look presentable at least.
The highlight of the room, however, is what's underneath this hatch here.
Oh, don't say anything yet. An underground wine cellar.
This is the first time the guy in grey speaks up. Mr. Luke Wright, my memory supplies from the films they slide earlier. Our sudden attentiveness catches me off guard. Since the start of his tour, only his wife has shown any form of genuine interest in the police. But this time, something lights up in his eyes at the mention of the Undercroft. What's so interesting about a basement? I really don't understand rich people sometimes. Right now, he just gives me the impression of a child who has seen what he absolutely wants for Christmas. He wants a wine cellar. I always find it cute when I see children act that way, with younger siblings especially. On a grown man? That's almost fun.
Yes, sir. It could house around 7,000 to 11,000 bottles of wine.
Truly. And the room, how was it built?
The bricks that were used to build the cellar had been carefully picked for the purpose of maintaining and preserving a constant temperature and humidity in the room. It's a good place to keep your private collection in if you have one, sir.
It keeps the corks in good condition.
Oh, love. Didn't you say before that you wanted to make your own personal vineyard? Perhaps you could start one here.
You know we're going to need space for that, darling.
And this isn't big enough?
If it's space you're worried about, sir, the Ermengarde mansion sits on a 46-acre lot. There's plenty of room for it. We were told that the original owners had a horse stable built here before, too.
There's a contemplative expression on Mr. Wright's face, but he doesn't say anything further. His wife, however, seems really pleased that he started to show interest, if only a little. I smile to myself. I may not completely understand how these people's minds work, but I sure as hell know how to spot a buyer with a sincere interest. Score. I can't wait to tell Rose. The rest of the tour goes by without a hitch. After more than half an hour, we're able to cover almost every room in the ground floor and are heading to the parlour. Funny, the first time BRC had us to view the property, I kept complaining to Rose how big it was. Now I can't even bring myself to care, no matter how much my feet hurt. Maybe this is just my excitement over a possible sale. Pretty. When we reached the parlour, however, an odd feeling rushes over me. It starts off as small goosebumps on my skin, a feeling of being watched intensely. Whispers in my ear and shadows dancing, lurking in the corner of my vision. Dark silhouettes that are gone when I turn to look back. A chill settles down my spine, making me feel sick, and I start to break out in a cold sweat. I mean, it could also be concussion. I can't do this. I need to sit down for a moment. The old ladies in the group have been requesting a break anyway. If I can just...
Excuse me? Everyone? We will be taking a 15-minute rest here before we visit the first floor. In the meantime, please help yourselves to the refreshments and snacks we've prepared. If anyone has any questions, feel free to approach me. I'd be happy to help you.
I'll let them sit while I retreat to a quiet corner to recover. That's not what you think. Don't think about it. It's not what you think. I probably just caught Becca's cold. Don't think about it. I'm left alone for a good while, the same words spilling out my lips in a silent prayer, until a hand taps my shoulder.
Hello, you there? Yes, ma'am?
Oh, look at you! Having to show a group around a mansion this big must be exhausting.
Not a problem, ma'am. I'm just doing my job.
What a hard worker! Anyway, Isabel, right?
Isabella, actually. But yes, what can I help you with, ma'am, right?
Please, just Hana. Call me Hana.
Ma'am, right? Okay.
I just wanted to ask, how
Ma'am.
soon are we able to move in?
My brain completely stops. The sick feeling plaguing me is suddenly gone, replaced by utter bewilderment. Is this a joke? She looks at me expectantly as I struggle to come up with an answer.
Wait, ma'am, you see... But we haven't even negotiated a price yet, ma'am. We haven't even finished touring the rest of the mansion. A sale would be great and all, but...
She stops me from speaking any further and puts an hand on my shoulder. For a moment, with her tight smile, she looks as if she's tasted a particularly sour lemon.
Oh, please, sweetie, don't insult me. Money is not a problem. And, just between you and me, this place is better off with us than with some old lady who'll probably just fill it up with cats.
I personally don't think there's anything wrong with having cats here, ma'am Hana. I'm sure there's more than enough space here if you want pets.
Perhaps I'm still not feeling well, but what's wrong with cats? More importantly, why is she talking about moving in already?
Well, I'm more of a dog person. But you see, this is going to be a gift to my darling. It's going to be our anniversary soon. And it would be so wonderful if you can secure its purchase for us. Why, I can even offer something extra if you help us out with the paperwork.
We actually have a process for this, ma'am. I don't really think that would be necessary or appropriate.
And just what are you two lovely ladies talking about here? Leaving me and our lovely interior designer to talk here by ourselves. What would the people think, darling?
Oh, it's just small talk, love. I was asking if she could help me with the paperwork.
I try not to wince when her nails dig into my shoulder. I can't help but send an imploring look to Miss McCullough, who only gives me an apologetic smile and shrug.
Yeah, I can give you a fact sheet and a form to fill out.
She wastes no time in taking the papers from my hand and shuffles through the bunch. Oh man, Rosie's going to be so angry at me for letting her do that.
Wonderful. And Marianne, I'd really love to talk to you about those changes. You took some notes earlier, yes?
I did, Mom. But I really hope that this time...
Excellent. Hopefully you can help us out too, Isabel.
Isabella.
Right. It's a lovely name, Isabel.
It's Isabella.
Yes, that's great. We'll be more than happy to put in a good word to your superiors too, and what's this?
Oh no! It's got to be the help me letter. A look of confusion and disgust appears on her face. Turning to her husband, he merely shrugs in reply.
That's, an interesting work of art. Not to my taste, though. I'm sorry.
Darling, Buttercup, art is a complete overstatement for this garbage. It looks like a cheap prop from a D-list horror film.
Shush, love. Let the girl do what she pleases with, what do they call this? Oh, forget about it. At the very least, it's not as dreadful as the one art exhibit I was forced to attend last month. You should have seen it, Marianne. Even you would have been appalled. But I'm sure you'll know what to do with our walls once we get started.
I highly doubt it is as bad as you say, Ma'am. Nevertheless, you can be assured that my team will only pick whatever suits your tastes.
Sorry.
Nothing of this chain letter sort, of course. It has to always work with a palette.
I'm quite sure chain letters these days don't come in this form.
It's my turn to be puzzled. What do they mean? Or isn't I double-checked everything? Are those papers I handed not enough? I want to ask what I did wrong, but I don't want to mess this up. But the way Ma'am Hannah's leading the conversation, I'm afraid that's exactly what will happen if I do interrupt her.
That's good to hear. See, darling, isn't she an absolute delight to work with? I can't wait to see how this place will look when she's done with it.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Buttercup.
A smile is back on her face when she turns to me and hands me a strange piece of paper.
I would still put it away if I were you, though. Otherwise, people might get the wrong impression. Anyway, as I was saying...
I don't hear the rest of what she says after that. I can only stare down at the paper at the letter in my hands. The sides crinkle in my grip and my breathing grows laboured. Dread quickly fills my mind. Hang on, so... Isabella is me. Hannah... Luke must be the husband, maybe. Marianne... Rebecca is our friend, Ashton is our friend, Zachary is our friend. Okay, so it's interesting.
Isabella?
Dread quickly fills my mind.
Isabella? Are you alright? You're looking pale.
I didn't even notice when Rose's group joined us at the parlour. I want nothing more to see than no, I'm not alright. I want to leave this place. Because I remember everything as clear as day. This letter and that woman in the attic. It's real.
The letter. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Careless? I've been so careless. How do I even tell them without looking like I've gone mad? I will show the letter to Rose. I blurted out before I could even think twice about what I'm going to see. You don't even have Rose on here.
Rose, we need to get out of here. This place is cursed.
Rose casts a nervous glance at the people in the room. Most are still engaged with conversation with their peers, but those curious enough to turn their heads in our group's direction have been given her trademark saleswoman smile. A tight expression is on her face when she pulls me aside.
Isabella, we've already had a conversation about this weeks ago. Those are just stories.
And I'm telling you that it's not. I saw something in there. It's not human at all. I thought it was just nothing, but isn't this letter proof enough?
She gently reaches out to pluck the piece of paper off my hand. Without even taking a glance, she folds it back
Look,
neatly.
I'm really getting worried about you. I know you want to see this open house through, but your condition is more important. Give me a few minutes to wrap things up here, and I'll drive you to the nearest hospital.
No! You don't understand! There isn't a condition, Rose. No concussion at all. I'm fine. But this place isn't, and you're being stubborn about it.
Before Rose could open her mouth for a retort, a hand lands on both our shoulders, pulling the two of us a distance closer.
Now, ladies, what seems to be the problem here?
Nothing, sir. I just had to clarify a few things with my colleague.
Well, it certainly seems intense. A smile fits the two of you better, in my opinion. Especially darling little Lily here.
He gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze, while an inscrutable smile spreads across his face. I want to
Isabella,
slap him.
Of course. But my point still stands. And with
Hi,
two beautiful
Scruffle.
ladies here, I'm sure.
How you doing?
And I'm sure little Lily here would certainly appreciate it if you remove your pretty hands from her, darling.
I am not surprised, Gruff. Not surprised. It was a long day yesterday. The pressure on my shoulder lifts as soon as those words leave his wife's lips, while the scowl on her face is like a splash of cold water on me. You might have woken up at 1:30. What time did you go to bed? It can't have been much before then. Oh, 1:30 in the afternoon. Okay, that makes more sense. Sorry. You went to bed at 4 a.m. I mean, you got a decent amount of sleep, I guess. It's also impossible to miss the displeased frown on Miss McCull's face. The realization that we might lose this soul because of my outburst instantly dawns on me. Rose will be beyond pissed.
I think I need to step out for a while. I'll be back.
Behind my head, I mutter a quick apology and gather my stuff to make a quick exit. It doesn't matter if this house is haunted or not. I've caused trouble and Rose can be quite unforgiving of behaviour like this. My mum's at the door when she catches up to me.
Isabella, wait!
The apprehension must have been quite obvious on my face, because her expression instantly shifts to something gentler. Eyes softer, a fond smile spreading on her lips.
Hey, I'm not angry.
I know. I'm sorry I ruined this for you.
Come on, you didn't ruin anything. It's not like we haven't ran into any problems before. If we don't get a deal today, we can always try on a different day. And look.
She hesitates, completely trailing off before shifting her gaze down to her hands. A small gesture to stall. Her fingers are fiddling with a piece of folded paper. That's that stupid letter again. My hands stiffen when she gives it back, but I take it nevertheless, more as an automatic response than any desire to have it back. Someone brought you another octopus! Aww. I'll throw it away if I can. But I have this nagging feeling that one way or another it'll find its way back to me, regardless of what I do about it. So, how many people have we passed it on to? 4. It says pass it on to 5 people, so we've still got to show one more person.
Rose, this is... You have to let them know about...
I know you want us to get this sale so badly. And we've made a lot of plans on how to go about this. I mean, who wouldn't? This is the first time I've been assigned to a property like this. I've sold plenty of houses before, but nothing like what we have here. It's a beautiful house. I'd love to get one of my own if I ever win the lottery. But I think... Look, here's the thing, Isabella. If we are going to do this, work on something, I don't know, this big, I need you in top shape. And the way you are now...
My mind stops.
What? Wait. No, I can still work. I just need to get myself together.
That's what you said earlier. I let it go because I thought, hey, it's your own body and you should know more than anyone how you feel. But after this, I really think you should take a break.
You're kicking me out?
No, I'm not. Look, all I'm asking is for you to take a seat somewhere I can see you, and let me handle this for now. You're clearly not yourself, and I honestly could use some time not worrying when you'll fall over or not. The day's not even over, and I'm already feeling the stress. Please, humor me just this once.
She clasps her hand together in front of her, eyes pleading for understanding. And I do understand, to some extent. That doesn't mean I feel any less awful. Whether at myself, at the unlucky turn the situation has taken, or for her, I don't really know.
I promise I'll give you a full report of what happens after. I'll even let you take the lead tomorrow.
Fine. Okay. I'll step aside for now.
You're upset.
A little, yeah, obviously.
If it's any consolation, I won't tell the boss about today. You know how he is.
Please don't. I don't want a repeat of the lecture I got during my first assignment. He called me a noob, and I don't even know what that means!
At the memory, we both burst into helpless giggles, earning us strange looks from the guests running about the door. Talking and laughing like this, it's easy to forget any mishaps that happened. Little things you learn to appreciate, I guess.
So, are we good?
I'm still not okay with it, but what's the point? It's better for me to step out this one for
I
now.
won't be able to help you anyways if I keep getting distracted like this. Maybe I'll just take a walk outside or something while I wait for you to wrap things up.
Please.
I'm not an invalid, Rose!
Please just say put inside. Hang on, there's a log somewhere. Please just say put, I insist.
You clearly have not seen how you looked earlier.
It's not that bad.
Color hasn't even returned to your cheeks yet. Just stay here, all right? Don't even think of going anywhere. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll take you back to Luxembourg myself to have that minor bump checked. At least wait for me to call someone who will fetch you, okay?
She's gone before I can voice one word of complaint. Left with nothing else to do, I found myself drifting back to the foyer. A few visitors linger in the area, some merely enjoying the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. Others can be seen admiring the priceless antiques decorating the room. One group of elderlies gathered some ways across from me is occupied in a friendly banter about which one would cost more to buy. A little argument here, occasional laughter, teasing there. I smiled to myself. The conversation reminds me of what I've been missing these past few months. Rose is probably right. I do need a break. Maybe this afternoon's hangout will help. Speaking of, I should call Ash. That's a few hours early from what I've told him, but I did ask for a call once I'm done. Besides, I don't have a ride back. He offered, so I may as well take it. Bribe him into just giving me one. Not that I've accepted the latter, personal convictions and all. Honestly, if there's something I find admirable in him, despite his tendency to annoy the hell out of me, it's that. Well, whatever we works. A free ride is still a free ride. There's Rose's offer too, but despite what she says, I know she'll be busy for the rest of the afternoon, especially without me assisting. Bothering her for a fever as small as this is the last thing I want to do right now. A couple of minutes and a few prayers asking for a decent signal later, the call finally connects and...
Shit! Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City.
Shit, how loud is this thing even?
Beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude. Pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup,
A sharp
I'm Ash from
movement
Deluxe City.
feels the entire hall, disrupting the pleasant quiet that senses.
Looking for trouble? Better
Soon
not
enough,
lie.
heads begin to
I'm a
turn in
cool
search
dude.
of the source, mine included.
Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe
My
City.
eyes dart around the
Beggars
small
watch
crowd
out.
before zeroing in on a
Can't
lone
beat me.
figure,
Looking for
crouched
trouble?
behind the
Better
same
not
group of
lie.
old
I'm a
people,
cool dude.
checking out the
Pretty
decor
fly
moments
for an
ago.
Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Beggars
He's
watch
facing
out.
away from me,
Can't
fumbling with
beat
something
me.
in his
Looking
hands.
for trouble?
I don't need to
Better
see his
not
face to know
lie.
whose back
I'm
it
a
is.
cool dude.
I'd
Pretty
recognise
fly
that
for an
damn
Asian
Parker
guy.
anyway.
Sup, I'm
Not
Ash from
bothering to end the
Deluxe
call, I
City.
march towards him.
Beggars watch out. Can't beat me. Looking for trouble?
After what
Better
happened
not
today, I'm not
lie.
really in the
I'm a
mood to
cool
deal with
dude.
this.
Of all the
Pretty
times
fly
to...
for an Asian guy.
Ashton Frey!
What happens next is something I'll surely regret later for not having recorded. Oops, he jumps, letting out an undignified yelp, followed by his phone slipping out from its grip. I bounces from one hand to the other in his poor attempt to catch it before ultimately falling flat on the floor with a resounding clack. I kind of feel sorry for the phone and the floor, but it's not every day you catch someone like Ash off guard and get a reaction. Damn my stupid detective senses. I'll take every ounce of victory I can get, no matter small, how? An awkward pause passes between us. I blink. I cough. He makes a face. And then in all too quick motion he ducks and retrieves his abused gadget while a grin flattens to break out from my lips. He doesn't meet my eyes when he straightens, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheeks. In another universe where we haven't known each other for 5 years and suffering through his teasing isn't a day-to-day occurrence, chances are I'll find that adorable. Endearing even. Unfortunately, this isn't that kind of world. The way things are, I'm almost already content to see him out of his obnoxiously calm and collected disposition.
Hello to you too, scaredy cat. I could stand to be greeted like a normal person, you know.
What? And miss that look on your face? No way! Oh man, I should have taken a picture.
I am so honored you find this funny. Is that how you treat your guests? I think I need to talk to your supervisor.
Talk to yourself. You aren't even a guest here. What are you doing here in the first place?
For a moment he looks like a cat that swallowed the canary. Suddenly checking every nook and cranny in his phone for any damage or scratches seems to be a much more interesting activity than explaining himself.
Ash?
I could be looking to buy a house.
A mansion?
Yeah, why not? Did you see the view outside? It doesn't look haunted to me at all.
He's messing with me.
Ashton, I am not in the mood. What are you doing here?
Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is take a very quick... Oops. He chances a glimpse at some point behind me. Gonna save. And... I guess bring up the journal. And pause. I'm just gonna have a quick tea break. I better jump around instead of the cape, because that's just more sensible. So I will be right back in a few minutes. back. Okay. Much more sensible. My eyes were starting to dry out, so I thought I'd take my lenses out, put my hoodie on, and look like a completely different person for the second half. There we go. The parlour? Curious, I follow his gaze, but before I can figure out what's caught his attention, he places a hand on my shoulder and turns me back to face him.
I just finished working on something, so I dropped by.
I still don't see how his work has anything to do with why he's here. My confused look, he drops my hand resting on my arm like he has touched something particularly hot and casually rubs the back of his neck.
I said I'll see if I can pick you up. Turns out I can. Free time and all. So here I am. Figured you'd still be busy, and so I roamed around for a while.
Yeah, I'm feeling sleepy as well, Dan. But then, I have done a lot of walking today. I mean, bed is also a good plan. There's no obligation to watch me stream. I mean, if you want a slightly soothing Scottish accent, you can always bring me to bed with you. That sentence probably shouldn't be said, but you know what I mean.
Oh, you should have mentioned that sooner. I was about to throw you out.
Throw me? Hey, I was given a pamphlet. I think that makes me a legitimate client.
We have mandatory sign-in sheets for clients, Ash. I didn't see your name on it. And you can't just roam around because it says open house. Normal people actually follow an etiquette here.
That's gross.
Right, okay. I think I'll just go ahead and...
No, wait. I wasn't really going to throw you out. Rose said... Never mind. I was just about to leave anyway.
Wait, what? Now?
Something must have shown in my face because he pauses and gives me a long, hard stare. Yeah, I mean, that's a sentence also, Dan. We know what you mean. It's like very much. It's very easy to take people to bed with you when you're basically taking a device and they're streaming. I knew what you meant. Sometimes I forget how easy raising people is for Ash, given how often he looks at everything around him as if everything around him is a chore. I avoid his eyes, hoping he'll drop the subject and won't ask any more questions. The last thing I want to tell him is what happened, especially the part about the letter. In fact, he's the last person on Earth I'll ever think about telling it to if I can help it. Sure, he's a dependable guy. God knows how many times he's helped me, even without me asking for it. But stuff like ghosts and the supernatural, I'll never believe those, even if he hears it from a friend. Except maybe if it's Becca. On a good day, the most harmless thing he'll ever do is give you an explanation of why those things have no chance of ever being real. At worst, high's insufferable, he'll poke fun at you every single chance he'll get. Asshole. What did I ever do to him? Who does that to Becca or Zach? I can only imagine how things will go down the exact moment I spill word of what I saw. No, over my dead body. Before it catches his attention, I shove the letter deep in my bag.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Let's just go.
Doesn't look like a nothing to me.
We still have Zach's movie tonight, remember?
It's still early. And didn't you say your shift will end around 5 or 6? What about... Hey, Isabella, wait up!
A rush of air greets me as soon as the main door opens. Not the usual autumn draft, but still a welcome change from the stifling atmosphere inside the mansion. Ash's footsteps are quick behind me, the soles of his shoes thumping hard against the polished concrete in an awkward cadence as he rushes to catch up. He calls out once, twice. The mansion still looms in the background. Whispers calling me back, shadows beckoning. That's not terrifying at all. I don't look back. We spend the ride to Luxembourg City in a relatively quiet manner, with only the radio's disjointed hum in the background to fill the silence. Occasionally Ash will reach out to fiddle with it until the signal settles, or it's on a respectable volume, but otherwise he doesn't see anything. Neither do I. However, if the furtive glances he's been sending me weird signs, I know there are things he's been itching to ask since we left the mansion. I keep my eyes trained on the passing scenery outside in the small hope that my disinterest will dissuade him.
Here.
All of a sudden he tosses something at me from the small compartment on his side. It hits me cleanly on the chin. Before I can make a move to catch it, the small packet makes a soft landing on my lap instead.
Sorry.
The glare I send him wipes the smirk about to form cleanly off his face. It clears his throat, focusing his eyes on the road again. I swear he did that on purpose. Ignoring him, I flick the half-forgotten packet.
I won't say no to free food. But why are you giving away cereal bars?
I flip the half-forgotten package on my lap.
I always have one on my person, and you look like you're about to pass out back there. Have you eaten lunch yet?
I think I whacked my head at some point. A lump. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. I just don't remember banging my head. Possibly why I have a headache. It was probably just in the middle of the night or something. Ugh. I'll take some painkillers then. This is why I have them handy. Yeah, totally just flinging my rubbish in the vague direction of a bin. Very hot, but okay. Okay. Pro tip, don't let paracetamol dissolve in the back of your mouth when you're trying to swallow it because the tea's too hot. Oh dear God. Okay. Alright. I'm just going to get a chocolate bar to try and get rid of that taste because that is disgusting. It's like half sort of tastes like okay, but half not. I'm not sure what taste receptors it hit. I don't even get a chance to deny it because right on cue my stomach grumbles loudly and an empty gnawing feeling in my belly becomes noticeable. I'm surprised that I did skip breakfast and lunch so I could catch Becca while she was on break. I was hoping to get a small meal after. I guess with everything going on, I just forgot until Ash mentioned it. That's not like the hollow feeling's new to me, though. If anything, it's just one of the things I've gotten used to ignoring over the years growing up. It's sad. A thanks, then I tear open the package and start nibbling on the edge of the bar. Oh, that's better. I also burnt my tongue. Oh God. Someone is hooting outside, and I hate that. Because it's just annoying. But noises annoy me when I have a headache, so that's not surprising. Apart from an acknowledging nod, Ash doesn't say anything after that small exchange. For that, I'm thankful. After getting an earful from both Becca and Rose, it's nice to be able to just sit down with someone who's not going to nag at you.
How'd the open house go?
The usual. We got a bigger crowd than normal because of the property's fame, but really, no different from the typical open house. On second thought, it actually looks like a fancy party more than an open house. I've never felt so underdressed in my life.
You could hear the hooting? Oh dear God. That's annoying. It blocks out some stuff really well, this mic. Like my Hoover. But yeah. It's not even like I'm on the main street. This is the courtyard at the back. So someone's clearly parked blocking someone. because everyone does that and it's so frustrating. But someone's just decided that they'll sit and hoot and annoy 100, 200 people that face back onto this courtyard. You know, toot toot, exactly. So I'm just gonna mute while I eat.
Weren't you there?
I wasn't really listening.
I should have asked someone to kick you out.
No, you won't.
And what makes you so sure?
You did not.
One, ever since you got assigned to this property, you've been freaking out about it. Rebecca's words, not mine. She's been complaining to me about how you talked your ears off, by the way. Two, despite your initial qualms about the place, you still took the job.
It's a Kit Kat.
Which brings us to three. It's been months since you last settled a deal, and you're short on money right now since you're back to your instant noodle diet.
How do you even know about the last one?
Rebecca.
I want the raspberry one, Scruff. It looked and sounded amazing. Raspberry Kit Kat. Oh, cool. Well, thank you. That would be awesome. I wonder if they just do just raspberries, because I don't fancy some of those ones you were eating. The faces you pulled. You're going to London next month. Well, what's next month? March. Well, if it coincides with me being in London, which aside from 1 week probably will, we should say hi. Or something.
Anyhow, you're hellbent on selling the mansion. Even if someone you know personally is in the tour group, you aren't going to just kick them out.
I mean, that is an eclectic mix of things.
Every single person who went on your open house is still a prospective client to you. Even me.
That's not entirely wrong. Oh man, I walked right into that one, didn't I?
I hate you. I really hate you right now.
Oh, did it again. His answer is a small laugh, the kind that screams, "I'm right, I told you so." I hate when it does that.
I'll have you know that there's already someone who's extremely
There we
interested
go.
in this property.
Horrible paracetamol taste covered. Yeah. Are you staying in central London? Oh, I have really direct messages on Discord now. I just saw it popped up on my phones. My phone pops up the DMs. I mean, honestly, some people just sit there and toot the horn. It's like no one is like, it's like there'll be a car parked and they'll just toot the horn expecting like someone will come and deal with it. Oh, no, you don't have to do that, Scruff. I can use that listing to at least figure out, you know, if they're called something specific. I'm capable of amazing. Amazing. I can shop. Except that you found some. Ooh, tasty. Instant Google food. Cool. Thank you. Yeah. I feel like raspberry. I'm almost out of my Christmas chocolate, so of course I need to buy more chocolate. Chocolate like I need a hole in the head. But I like the dopamine hit. Yeah, I mean, you said it was like raspberry and then raspberry in the wafer, and I'm like, I love raspberry. Love raspberry. Oh, I didn't see the strawberry milk one. You're staying in Wimbledon. Yeah, it's the other side of London from me. But I think I'm around then. Or is that when I'm... Hang on. I am cat sitting. Watch it be that exact time that I'm cat sitting. Nope. I'm back on the 9th. So... Oh yeah, the matcha. I mean, I dislike matcha as much as I like green tea. I am... East. But I'm sure we can figure something out. I'm not going to the football, though.
So even if you expressed any sort of interest in it, I don't think they'd be willing to let you have it. Too bad.
Provided I didn't botch it with the rights. We'll discuss it offline. Offline. Or, you know, not on stream. I mean, London is overrated, to be fair, but if you don't live here, then I suppose it's a break. Mum Hannah, in particular, didn't look too pleased with what I did. I owe her always a big apology. I hope she likes free donuts.
You don't seem too happy about it.
I am happy. Doesn't this look like a happy face to you?
Yes. We played that psychic card game. It was freaky how good that was. I have no concept of when it was, but I do remember we played that mind card game. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of places to go. It's just I've not really been anywhere with pandemic and stuff. I mean, if you've got thingies to football matches, I mean, that's a thing that you like, so that is a good reason to go. But yeah, took the boat to South Bank today. Boat was fun. I'm not going to look at my credit card bill to see how expensive it was, because it was fun. I like taking the boat. And South Bank was cool. We went on the London Eye, which I've actually not been on before. But yeah. Oh no! Oh, you've been trying to match matches at all 92. You've got 9 left, 6 of those are in London. Are you doing all 6 of them when you come down next month? And where are the other 3? Now I'm curious. I'm not a football person. But I do, you know, I appreciate when other people are enthusiastic about it. I do like seeing England thrash Germany though. I've watched that at the pub before, it's quite amusing. I mean, I will watch it if it's on, because I will watch anything. I honestly, my brain is so fuzzy that I didn't know how many numbers you mentioned when you mentioned things. It could have been 6 or, you know, more than that. You want to see Chelsea play at Stamford Bridge? I mean, I'm sure that Chelsea will play at Stamford Bridge again. I'm sure they will.
Really? And here I was thinking you found another one stuffed in the sofa. Or is it the wardrobe this time?
It's like Tottenham's new stadium, Brentford's new stadium, and Sutton United. They don't get a new stadium, do they? He meant that as a joke, but how close to the truth made me... But how close it is to the truth made me my blood run cold and my own heartbeat and a heavy weight in my chest. Oh, it's more than expensive. Yeah. All at once, the letter in my bag feels a whole lot heavier, burdened by my own guilt and apprehension.
Yeah, well, things happened. Stuff the right couple might not be pleased about. No need to make a fuss about it. It's normal in the business.
Expensive is definitely a thing.
You made them angry?
Not angry. Just... stuff happened.
Like?
Things.
I really want to know who's hooting. Alright, I will be 30 seconds. I'm just going to check if I can see who's hooting, because it's annoying me. can't see anything in the courtyard, so it must be on the road or the side road. Game that got completed and DLC added. Yeah, I know about that. It's like Mega Aquarium got DLC added, but it's not out yet. It's not out for till March. So it's like, even if I complete this game, I gotta wait to finish it completely. So I wonder if a base game completion counts for the RTDL thing. If the DLC's not out yet, it counts as a completion rate. Oh, so you've got to revisit some stuff. Your easy gamer score. Yeah, I mean, if I've already started the game and it's like a title update, then sure. But the DLC, it depends. Did I enjoy the game? Oh. I would say that if you complete the game except for the discontinue, then that counts, Jesse. Because Tarragon understands about knobs and discos. Knobs and discos, discontinued and unobtainable achievements. Don't know why they're called knobs and discos. That's just what we call them. Oh my god, you've already been to 100 grounds. Blink your neck. Also, hi Jesse. And yes, you have better games to play. Yes, I mean, always have better games to play. Depends on the enjoying me thingy.
Did they do anything? Your clients, the rights, was it?
I can't answer that. At least not without revealing everything that took place in the attic. I want to just change the subject.
You keep asking me about my work, yet you haven't said a single word about yours.
Let's have a look at my relationship status. It went up. Cool. I feel like this whole, it seemed like there were 7 chapters, and as usual, I'm not even through either prologue or chapter 1. But I am intrigued, but also slightly terrified of this game.
That's not fair. Both you and Zach have literally disappeared off the face of the earth.
So I don't know whether I want to play more or I'll just do this. But if I'm intrigued, then I want to play more, but I'm not sure where I want to stream it. And it really depends on whether I get my RTDL one. And it's a case of do I play it through? But anyway. No worries, Scruff. You lurkle. Lurkle away. Lurkle. I really like your lurk emote. It's cute. Right. Text. Me looking very windswept on a boat. Still hooting. And maybe it must be on the road outside. But yeah. Unless someone's just being a jerk and sitting in a parked car, but there's nothing blocking anything that I can see. So someone just has a very loud horn. It's not fair. When I got home, there was lots of banging going on, and now there's a car horn hooting. It's like, I would just like some controlled noise, so my head can be less pandy. An over-exaggeration, but changing the subject to something else is still better than outright lying to him. Besides, it never works with him. I'm not sure it's because I'm just bad at it or he's just really very good at his job. He doesn't answer immediately, only momentarily shifting a glance over at me and returning it back to the road when he has to make a sharp turn. Outside, the sun has already started its descent, casting a vibrant orange glow on the tall buildings. I wonder how long before we reach the venue for Zach's film. Checking the street signs outside, it appears Ash has taken the longer route. Odd, but he's probably trying to avoid the rush hour traffic.
Didn't we just talk a week ago over chat?
That's different. Linking your awful memes in the group chat box every morning isn't exactly a conversation.
Excuse me, I don't hear you calling them awful while you're laughing at all of them.
Shut up! And you aren't answering my question.
That hands him a soft punch to his arm. I mean, I could always do a save point, bullet through achievements till I unlock my RTDL, and then come back and stream it properly, continuing. But I mean, if there's like 7 chapters, it's going to take a lot. I mean, it's really going to have to be very engaging and not utterly terrifying for me to do that. So I have a lot of backlog, but we could still do that. We could still do that. Not this month. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We shall see how it goes. If I stop babbling, we might get slightly further through and at least complete the chapter. That has him a soft punch to his arm. I did laugh at them, but I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that I find most of them funny. I'll only make his head bigger, stupid Ash.
All right. Lay off on the abuse. Remember that case I mentioned before? We've been trying to pin the bastard down, but it required more work than we anticipated. The guy's slippery like that. We got some good lead months ago.
He recounts what he's been doing in the time we haven't seen each other. His usual work, the occasional small investigation, the big case he's been stuck working on, stuff he couldn't mention in the brief time we catch each other online. Although most of it are the trimmed down version, only things he can tell, he's always been careful about that. Even in the way he spends his answers to my questions, just enough to satisfy my curiosity, but not enough to paint the whole picture. At one point, his voice takes on a strange tone when he mentions something about the big case, but I don't dwell on it too much. That's normal, right? I mean, who wouldn't be frustrated if you couldn't bring someone to justice because they kept slipping out your fingers? If I was in his shoes, I'd definitely lose my mind. The stories never seem to cease to be entertaining, regardless. If things weren't the way they were back home, maybe I would have considered taking on the same job as him. Well, no, not really. Mama would never allow that. But the idea is still there. Along with countless others I've let go. Time passes quickly between us in this manner, and before I know it, we're already at the movie house. A small crowd has already formed in front of the theatre when we arrive. The Lift Fest, short for Luxembourg Independent Film and Theatre Festival, attracts a bigger crowd annually, and this is no different. I've only been to a few indie film screenings with Zach, so I'm not an expert on the matter. But I know that for people hoping to make a break in the industry, getting your film recognised by a local event like this is already a big deal. Especially for a newcomer like Zach. Isaac hasn't even won an award, but just getting a confirmation letter that the festival committee wants to include his movie in this year's lineup already put a grin on his face for weeks. Speaking of the guy, it's impossible to miss. At 6 feet, he appears to loom over most of the moviegoers, and with his large build and heavy voice, it's no surprise when people give him a wide berth as he pass by. That's often easy to mistake him for someone intimidating at first glance. Oh yeah, I was absolutely bucketing it down this morning. Got soaked going to the boat. And then it stopped, and then it got sunny. It was very, very windy. I was like, very glad I had short hair again, because the last time it was this windy, I had long hair, and oh my god, you can't see a thing. Past Dan did very well. Especially seeing as if you woke up late because Milo let you sleep in, the walk probably wasn't... I went to a boat, yes, on the Thames. You can get the boat down the Thames instead of having to get the tube. It's very cool. Very cool. I mean, you're going to 3 football matches and a show. I got my hair cut because I needed to get my hair cut because it was making me extremely depressed. I don't know why. And my hairdressers are extremely precautious. Precautious? Precautious. Gondola Venice style. No. It was just a Thames Clipper thing. Kind of like a really big fancy bus. But it's nice. I do like the river. I like water. I like boats. It's relaxing. I did back when I didn't know any better. Ash did too, I heard once early in their friendship.
Oh, there's Zach.
He looks adorable. I want to give him a hug.
Hey, you guys! Long time no see!
Zach's face lights up with a smile of his own. He moved toward us with careful steps, taking a significant effort to make himself smaller, so as not to bump or accidentally hit anyone. Typical Zach. As he nears, Ash casually raises his hands in greeting
Sup,
and,
Z-Man, my main man. What's crack-a-lackin', my homie?
Can I facepalm? The awkwardness that descends within the immediate vicinity of our small group is palpable enough. Somewhere to our left, a girl giggles, and only then do I become aware of my mouth hanging open. I'm almost amazed at how Ash can say that out loud with a straight face. Almost. Considering his track record, I should be used to it by now. Zach seems to be.
Stop trying to act black, Ashton. And you're the only one who calls me Z-Man.
There's fondness under his exasperated tone. If this were any other person, he'd likely be offended, but years of friendship and familiarity have made those words harmless to the other's ears. Or at least, enough for both of us to take it in stride.
It's been a while, Zach.
I hope you didn't get into trouble again.
Not much to get into trouble lately without you, I'm afraid. I'll let you know if something comes up, though.
Nah, I ended up with chicken down stuck on me last time I agreed. I'd really love at least this year to pass without some sort of accident happening again.
Hey, I take offense to that. It wasn't that bad.
You really have no idea.
A beat passes, and then Zach laughs.
Hey, I'm kidding! You know you can always count on me.
That's a story only the two of them are privy to. Every now and then, Ash will enlist Zach's help on something. Becca and I never really found out what the real deal is with those adventures, as Ash calls it, and both aren't willing to tell due to some unspoken agreement. She insists that if it's Ash, it's likely not something illegal or life-threatening. I tend to believe her on that. Sometimes. Ah well, boys will be boys, I guess. Toxic phrase. I give Zach a small wave from behind Ash because attention eventually turns to me.
Bella! Huh? Rebecca's now with you. Is she still sick?
A bit. But she's up and went to work this morning. You know she doesn't listen to anyone that's not Ash.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't. You're literally the only person she'll listen to when she's feeling stubborn.
That's true. They've known each other for far longer than any of us in the group. Childhood friends and all that.
But don't worry, Zach. She's probably on her way here now. She promised she wouldn't miss your movie.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness!
Speak of the devil. With that warning, a hand grabs me by the shoulder and turns me around.
Becca, you're just in time.
I have to lean back, with the way her face is almost invading my personal space, but she places her hands on either side of my head to keep me still. She stares at me intently, concern filling her eyes.
Becca, you're squishing my face.
How are you? Are you all right?
Why wouldn't I be?
Rose called me earlier.
Those 4 words tell me all I need to know. Since I don't have my family living close by and the only other relative I have here works on the far side of the country, I gave my company Becca's contact number in case of emergency. I should have known Rose would call her. I push Becca's hands away from my face. Although she lets go, her eyebrows remain drawn together.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today.
That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
Beside me, Ash snickers. I backpack the edge to elbow her in place of trying to avoid Becca's hand as she tries to reach out for said area. I do my best to dodge her, at all at once moving to hide behind Zach. Sorry for using you as a human shield, Zach.
Oh, it's nothing. I just slipped off a few steps on my way down. I blacked out for a few seconds and had a minor bump, but it's just that.
I mean, my head hurts just thinking about it. I've cracked my head like that before. It hurts.
You blacked out? It's not something to brush off. Come on, at least let me check it.
It's extremely minor. You wouldn't even know it's there.
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
Wow. Thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this. Just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
I'm sorry. Saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Something crosses Becca's face. But it's gone before I can figure out what it is.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right? At least. Good.
Some jealousy going along
See?
here?
I'm okay. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. And I don't want to miss Zach's film.
We can always watch it some other time. Sorry, Zachary.
I love the animation here, actually. I've just been watching it going, it's nice not to just have static images staring at you. They're blinking and, like, materials move. It's very clever for a drawing.
No, it's good.
That's really nice, because usually with these, like, visual novels, you get a lot of static things, and that's fine. Okay, now the blinking's going to freak me out, but it's nice that it's not just, you know, there's acting in there. The pictures are acting, people. It's cool.
But you guys should really keep it down. We're starting to attract some attention.
Burnt my tongue earlier.
It's the premiere. The premiere's different. Right, Zach?
I shoot my pleading look. Zach's a sensible guy. He'll understand. Please understand.
Not really. But Rebecca has a point. In the end, I think it's your call.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Please, Becca. I really don't want to miss it.
You're not missing it. We're just moving it on a different day so we can have a...
Look, you guys.
Ash's loud sigh unexpectedly cuts through the conversation. He's pinching the bridge of his nose as he speaks, something he usually does when he's getting impatient.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either.
And it's not like you were taking your flu medicine earlier, Becca, so, you know, you can shoot.
Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
There's definitely some tension here.
I'm not.
Oh, I know they said they've known each other for a while since school, but they have dated.
But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
I am curious, do we get information about the other people or not until we get their chapters? So if there's 7 people, there's got to be 7 chapters, so maybe we get like 7 different perspectives on a story? That'd be cool. Maybe that's when Monday and stuff gets filled in. Though what happened to Wednesday and Thursday, I'm not quite sure. And then there's a lot more days. It's very interesting. I want to at least finish this chapter. I already know the answer before Becca voices it out. When at last she releases a deep breath and nods, albeit with great reluctance, I'll immediately tackle her into a hug.
Thanks, Becca.
It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Did you say something?
Me? Nothing. Don't mind me.
If you say so.
Okay, guys, showtime's close, so I think I'm gonna get us some snacks. My treat. And then let's head inside. Anyone here has a smaller bill?
I think I do. Hold on.
I pull myself up from Becca to get my wallet for my bag.
What's
and
this?
It's already in Ash's hands before I can even react. Behind him, Becca and Zach are both giving the piece of paper an intrigued look. Okay, well that's 7 people I've told now. I'm not cursed. I have spread the chain letter. I'm safe. Said send to 5 people. I've shown it to 7. That counts, right?
No! Give it back!
It's just a paper.
I don't care! Give it!
Looks ancient, too. Why do you keep this around?
I'd reach for it, but it holds the paper way above his head. I've never been particularly sensitive about my own height, but right now, I really wish I'd had that advantage over him.
Don't open it!
What's the big deal? It's not like it's a love letter. I don't see any reason to... Hold on a second. This is, isn't it?
Even if it is, it's not for you.
Oh, no. Okay, we've not shown them yet. It doesn't count yet.
Okay, now I'm curious.
I'm telling you, it's nothing like that. It's...
The rest of my words are lost when he unfolds the keeper. Right, now we've shown 7 people. I can't breathe. Achievement. Come on. The bleeps and the bloops. It just said I got an achievement. Give me my achievement. My heart feels stuck in my throat, pounding, threatening to burst out. Vaguely I notice how my hands are trembling at my sides. Was I supposed to get the achievement? It said something about Halloween. Maybe they're not all achievements. Could be a secret one, I suppose. Oh, there's one for lose a QTE. Ew. Okay. Because I would have thought that would be past the letter. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Anyway. Vaguely I notice how my hands are trembling at my side. Clasping them together doesn't do any good. They're still shaking. But I hang on to them regardless. The awful sick wheat that's taken a core in my stomach back in the open house returned full force. How do I fix this? How do I fix this? How do I fix this? Someone please. Today is turning out to be a horrible nightmare.
Send this to 5 people or else. Well, that's interesting.
Guys, I think we should listen to Bella first.
Aren't you a few days early for Halloween?
Ash waves the paper in front of me, giving me a fleeting glance at its contents. Okay, I can have a look on the achievement page, see if there's anything about Halloween. No, I think that was just an in-game achievement. Not, because there doesn't seem to be a show the letter to the other 3. Yeah. So, I think that was just an in-game achievement anyway. Usually these things match up, but sometimes they don't. Ash waves the paper in front of me, giving me a fleeting glance at its contents. I don't need to see it. I don't want to see it. The letters, the words, every stroke written in blood is already embedded in my mind. Maybe I should have just thrown it away when I had the chance. That way,
it's not a prank.
I'd make all of them stop. Even I'm surprised with how steady my voice is.
What did you say?
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Hold on. Are we still talking about this paper? Or is it about the urban legend again?
If you are her friends, you will believe her. Even if you think she's cray-cray, you will believe her, because otherwise it's not fair.
Both. I know it sounds ridiculous.
You're saying this is a primitive version of a chain letter, and now that we've seen it, we're now cursed. You've got to be kidding me.
I'm not cursed anymore. I showed 6 people.
See?
At least.
This is why I didn't want to tell you
7.
guys.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up.
There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
A hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other. When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now.
Don't bother.
Without another word, I snatched the letter out of Ash's hand and stuffed it back in my bag, with more force than necessary. I'm tired. I got cursed, saw a ghost, probably lost a seal, got kicked out of the open house I'm supposed to be hosting. My own friends won't believe me and all of them think I'm crazy. Top it all off, there's a dull ache at the back of my head, begging for a little attention. I can't afford to give right now! Honestly, there's only so much a person can take within a single day. I just want to go home, curl up in my bed and never think about today, except if you got concussion, you shouldn't do that, because you could fall asleep and not wake up again. But before I can take a single step away from the group...
Guys!
Zach really ever raises his voice, even when there's a point he wants to drive home, and heading on taking that tone completely throws me off. Even Ash and Becca. Other harsh words yet to come out from the argument immediately die on our tongues.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together? We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
He has a point. Ash, for his attempts to look cool and distant, has also been looking forward to this. He even took time to call this morning for a reminder. He never does this. Anyone else getting vaguely intrigued? I hate that I'm getting vaguely intrigued. I mean, good on the game. Considering I thought this was going to be terrifying. It still is, by the way. But that I wouldn't want to play any more of this, like, legit. But I'm intrigued. Becca too. I'm pretty sure that's another reason why she got out of bed today. Yet despite Zach's attempts to lighten things up, or Ash and Becca's acquiescing gestures, the tightness in my chest remains. Should have just kept it to myself, or at least went with the idea that it's a prank. If I did, things might not have turned out the way they had. No sour mood, no bad vibes. Careless, so careless. Stop blaming yourself. Maybe leaving is the best decision for all of us. No, you want to see the movie, stay for the movie. There we go. Right, relationships to decide. Yes, and Zach up. Becca's gone down. Ash went up. Well, Becca, screw you. Any other day I'd excuse myself and go straight home, but unless it's something special to Zach, something he works so hard to bring to life, I should know better. I'm more concerned about the fact that if she goes to sleep with concussion, she ain't waking up. And the very least, if she's surrounded by her friends, then if the headache gets worse, they'll take it to the hospital. Totally selfish. I might be having a bad day, but being with the few people I care about far outweighs the idea of spending the rest of the day throwing a tantrum alone in my room. And plus, she's not got enough food anyway. And what if the thing from the attic follows me home? I don't want to be left with my thoughts either. I can still see it whenever I close my eyes. And maybe, if I stay, let our heads cool down first before telling her what happened, they'll listen to me. There's nothing you can't solve without a calm head. One step at a time, Isabella. That's what Mama used to tell me. Besides, I don't have the heart to ditch Zach. A smile is back on my face when I look back at him.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
All right, that's the Isabella I know.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
Oh, screw you, Ash. Oh, I really do hope someone kicked him in the balls. This time, I really do send an elbow straight to his stomach. Stupid Ash being vertically challenged has its perks too.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one!
Aw, don't cry.
Stop it!
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too! If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Let's just go.
Without another word, Becca was inside. She doesn't even stop to wait for her when I call after us. Ash and I exchange looks at that, the same question likely swimming inside our minds. Did something happen at school after I left? Is she having a bad day too? I'll try asking about it later, I guess.
So, you guys go catch up with her. I'll go get us the food I promised.
But you'll miss it!
Didn't you say watching a movie without food ain't fun? And it ain't like I haven't seen it. I made it, remember? I'll be in there soon.
One friendly tap to my shoulder and then he's gone. A few moviegoers are still milling around, some are waiting in line for tickets, but otherwise most of the crowd are already inside. There's nothing much for us to do here now. Not a word of protest comes from me when Ash gestures for the two of us to head inside.
And then?
Are you sure it wasn't one of the cleaning crews?
Absolutely sure.
Somehow halfway through the movie, the conversation steered towards what happened to the mansion. Oh, this looks sad. To be fair, Zach was the one that brought it up again, on his own movie's premiere. The other film's just serving as background noise while I was speaking in hushed tones, careful not to disturb anyone inside the small hall. Well, that's up for Ash. I just hope we don't end up arguing about it again, or get kicked out for sure. Though with how loud Ash's voice is, we'll probably get thrown out way before any argument happens. Only Becca still remains engrossed in the movie, completely ignoring us. She's been quiet the whole evening, speaking only when referred to. If I didn't know any better, I'd think we did something that offended her. She's pissed off about Ash picking me up from the house. Did we?
And then I ran. You heard what happened after.
I still think it's something else.
It was standing right in front of me, Ash.
He's one of the smartest people I know, but Jesus should learn to listen. Plus, didn't he say he doesn't believe in those things? Why is he in this conversation again?
I heard what you said, but it's a small room. There are a lot of things someone else could have done there without your knowledge. If I could see it up close, maybe I can...
I am not going back there.
Ain't that a problem if you're hosting an open house?
Rose does the first floor tour.
I ain't sure ghosts can be restricted to one room, Bella.
There are no ghosts, Zach. Stop putting useless ideas in her head.
Yeah, but I was thinking, maybe all the house needs is a blessing. Wasn't it left uninhabited for years?
Oh, the house did change hands over the years, from one distant relative of the Ermengardes to another. None of them bothered to live in it, though, and it remained that way up until its current owners decided to sell it. Why didn't I think of that?
I didn't peg you as the religious type, Zach.
Nothing like that, Ash. Who knows, though? It might bring something positive to the place.
Probably due with some smudging, if there's violent spirits in there.
That's not a bad idea. I just don't know where I could find someone.
You're not seriously considering a suggestion, are you?
Do you have a better idea?
I know where. I could contact him for you if you want.
You do that?
Or we can find you a psychologist instead.
There have been a few times in my life when I wish my glowers could kill. Us is one of those.
Ash, that is not a very appropriate thing to say right now.
No, wait, that's not what I meant. Ethnographer. I meant ethnographer. This guy's a psychologist too, of course, if you...
Ashton, if you don't stop...
Rebecca knows the guy I'm talking about too. She can vouch for him.
Becca ties her eyes away from the screen at the mention of her name.
What? Oh, are you talking about Professor Andrew? He used to work with my parents at the university. Can you guys keep it down?
Sorry, the scaredy cat here mentioned curses. Not that I'm saying this is one, but talking to him is a better solution for me than getting a random priest to bless an old house. He'll even help you figure things out, teach you a couple things, and probably put your fears to rest since this looks to be bothering you a lot.
Ash might be right, too. However, what Zach suggested is something I'm more familiar with. Granted, they don't believe me. They're only giving me these suggestions to put my mind at ease, but it's better than being ignored or laughed at. I can take comfort in knowing they're willing to hear me out.
So, what do you think?
It's your call. We'll go with whatever you want.
I don't know.
Priest or professor?
I'll think about it. But maybe we could go with Zach's idea?
We get a very happy Zach. I like Zach. Plus, Ashton and Becca seem to have something going on, and... yeah.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, right? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. At least we did something than just stand around. I'll let you know when he's available, Bella.
Thanks, Zach. I knew I could count on you.
Guys, I said keep it down. You keep insisting that we still watch it, yet you're not even paying attention yourselves.
It ain't a big deal, Rebecca. I'm the one who broached the subject in the first place.
It's still your film, Zachary. A good film, mind you. You worked hard on this. The least we could do is watch it with you.
And that's what you're all doing. I really appreciate all of you making time for this.
Sorry, Becca. We'll stop now.
I throw her an apologetic look, even if Ash is the only one she should be reprimanding. That attention is already back on the screen. She's ignoring us again. No, she's watching the film. When Becca's acting this way, there's a big chance something's nagging at her. We really need to talk. We all fall into a comfortable silence after, the kind you can only share with people you're most at ease with. The first time today the letter lies forgotten in my bag, if only for a few hours. Ooh, we've got a journal. Wrong button. Independent Theatre. Zachary's. Blue Chauncey Dark Times of the Black British. So, I'm guessing we're in the UK. We've now narrowed it down. Night has fallen by the time we exit the movie house. Despite the late hour, the streets are still bustling full of people about to head home, those set to meet someone, even those simply wandering about. Walking in a sea of unfamiliar cells, it strikes me how easy it is for one to get lost in a city as nondescript as Luxembourg. I was afraid too. At one point back when I was new and I just set foot in this place. Now with familiar faces walking with me, it feels a little like home. Zach and Ash bid us goodbyes shortly before Becca and I crossed the other side of the street. The former Cleeman has got a few freelance jobs to keep care of before their day ends in Ash. Who knows, he never tells. Sometimes he does some under me appear at your doorstep looking for a place to crash. He does that to Zach a lot, much to the latter's frustration. But he's a busy guy too, in spite of the laid-back air.
Thanks for today, everyone!
No problem, Zach. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Huh?
A sensation? Cold, sickening, drowning. My chest tightening, breathing becoming laboured. I can taste blood in my mouth, the edges of my vision blurs. In the distance, amidst the countless nameless people going about their lives, a voice reaches out to me. Pleading even as I clench my eyes tight and clasp my hands over my ears. Someone take her to a hospital, please. Whispering and whispering and whispering. Calling out.
No, not me.
Somebody.
Isabella? Earth to Isabella?
At her voice, the whole world suddenly snaps into place as Mom is gone. When I open my eyes, Becca raises an eyebrow at me, a question.
Weren't you listening? Are you coming with me?
Oh, yeah. Just... okay. Sorry, I spaced out.
You always do that.
I don't actually like her that much. She's being mean. Like, it feels malicious mean. Like, you know, this morning, she was, you know, caring and concerned and, you know, a little teasing, but I don't know. I followed with that complete, but not before sneaking a glance at the far end of the street, where the voice came from, where another set of eyes might be staring at me. Nothing. Only Zach and Ash watching over us as we head back to where Becca parked her car. Often I'm expecting to see something or someone there. I try not to let it show. I try not to think of the tiny pricks of fear crawling at the pit of my stomach.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah, see ya!
Another glance, and with a final weave, we go back on our own knees. I don't know what I saw, I don't know what I heard, I don't want to know. And if this is what would help me sleep tonight, what would give me back that normalcy in my life, so be it. October 22nd, Saturday. The darkness closes around me, grasping, pulling, engulfing me. The ground caves in and without warning I'm falling. My eyes snap open. Ooh, really wasn't kidding about the instant noodles. That is a lot of instant noodles. So this looks like a student room. My eyes snap open. For instance, it doesn't immediately register where I am. Both my back and my shoulders ache after I've fallen asleep hunched up the night before. Drenched in sweat, the nest of pillows I often keep around me feels more suffocating than comforting. I let my eyes adjust to the bright morning light streaming through my window and allow my breathing to slow down before untangling myself from the pile. I haven't had a single dream since coming to Luxembourg, or at least none I can remember having. That's a shame because they used to be so vivid. Whoa, hi Emma! Thank you so much for the raid, how are you doing? Button. Freddy Spaghetti was your last game. And hi Lady Magritte. We are currently playing The Letter. It has had some spooky bits. I am intrigued beyond, against my compunctions. I don't know. I am scared, but I'm also intrigued. So this is a conundrum. You're getting hangry? Fair enough. Well, you should get some food then. Not the crazy vivid, but more the pleasant kind I'll tell my siblings about. Maybe it's just the stress of living alone. The knowledge that I'll always wait up in an empty apartment with no one to tell stories to. So, brief summary for everyone coming in with a raid. Hi, raiders. I'm Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK. I stream lots of story games, point-and-clicks, puzzles, visual novels, and today we're playing The Letter. So, me, at the moment, the protagonist of this chapter is an estate agent who needs money and is currently showing a haunted house. She went into the haunted house up to the attic, because as you do, found a chain letter and a creepy-ass scary ghost that then chased her down the stairs, and she probably has concussion. And her friends seem non-believing and vaguely concerned, but yes. So there we go. Quick summary.
What time is it?
Did I forget to read that? So, the knowledge that I'll always wake up in an empty apartment with no one to tell stories to. There we go. Sorry. Habit forces me to look over at the clock, even with the soreness weighing heavily on my shoulders and the compulsion to never leave my bed for the day. In a heartbeat, I'm up.
Oh man, of all the times to oversleep. Towel? Where's my towel?
I've met Alicia at weekend, an unspoken rule that entitles me to extra hours of sleep. But if Rose didn't come yesterday, she sure as hell will now. And right after what happened? It looks like it's 6 o'clock. Unless it's 9 o'clock. I don't know. Oh lord, 1 box of donuts as peace offering won't be enough the second time around. Grabbing my towel. I'm already a few short steps away from the bathroom when a muffled ringing breaks out from my bag. It was a moment of indecision at first, my mind conflicted about whether I should just ignore it or answer it. But what if it's Rose? Or worse, a boss? Sheesh. At the end, the rational part of my brain wins out. The letter from yesterday peeks out when I pull the device out. Just the sight of it is enough to put me in a foul mood, and it takes every force of will for me to ignore it in favour of answering the call. The caller ID reads Mama.
Huh?
It's around 4:45 p.m. in the Philippines right now.
That's an unusual time for them to call.
Oh, so the clock on the thing is wrong anyway. Usually it's around noontime here and I'm the one calling, not the other way around. Better for them to use that money on something else than an international call. Regardless, in the most cheerful tone I can gather.
Hello? Hello? Grace? How are you?
Mama! I'm doing okay. How are you guys over there?
We're good. EJ won a storytelling contest at school the other week. Brought home a medal.
I thought you should know.
There's a tired lilt in her voice as she speaks. It's been there since Papa had to leave his job. I wish there's something I can do for her. But from miles away like this, the least I'm able is to not make her worry. If only my older brother was actually lend a hand, but Lord knows if that'll ever happen. Odds are, Kyojo Jordan's already out drinking right now. Again. I can't count on my older sister either, knowing she has a family of her own, and when, well, Auntie Anne's financial situation isn't great now, having run herself knee-deep in debt.
Great! That's great! Tell him congratulations from me. And let him know I'm gonna send him a little something extra this Christmas. How about Nico? Karen? Michael? I hope they're okay?
They're doing well. They wanted to talk to you, but they're all busy with school.
Oh no, that's fine. I don't want to bother them. Just tell them to keep doing their best for me. I'll just call back when I know they're not busy. And Papa? How's Papa doing?
That's a subject I'm a bit hesitant to broach. And the way Mama's voice hitches, she doesn't want to bring it up either.
Papa. Grace, he's having a little difficulty right now. Weak appetite, he's having trouble swallowing, and lost a few pounds. But the doctor said we should keep encouraging him. It just means his body's accepting his new treatment well. The money you sent last time helped a lot to pay for it, by the way.
Oh, I see. That's good.
I wouldn't deny that life has gotten tougher for our family. I used to be easy back when Papa was in good shape. But ever since he was diagnosed with a sickness 5 years ago, he's been unable to provide for us. Now that the burden of feeding Eat Mouths? Unsettling Papa's bills will rest on my shoulders. No wonder she's worried about money, poor Ben. Although Mama makes a little, accepting sewing and laundry jobs in our neighbourhood, that's scarcely enough to cover the cost of day-to-day living, let alone the bloating hospital bills. We can't even expect hope from our own government because the health insurance there barely covers anything.
I'm sure he'll get better soon. Is he well enough to talk? Do you think I'll be able to speak to him, Ma?
Silence. I start to think that the call got cut until...
Listen, Grace. Maybe it's better if we transfer Papa to a different hospital. Somewhere cheaper?
What? Why? Did something happen? Is it the deposit issue again? Give me the hospital's number. I'll talk to them.
No, it's nothing bad. The service here is good. Too good. Even the doctors. But I'm worried you're working yourself to the ground because of it.
Did Rose call?
Mama, we've been through this before. I want the best for Papa. And don't worry about the bills or the medicine, or me for that matter. I can handle myself. Everything's going well here. In fact, we're about to close a large sale.
Hopefully. If not, then I'll find another way. She doesn't need to know that. Sorry, Mama, you taught me not to lie, yet look what I'm doing.
I'll have money to send over soon to cover the rest of Papa's treatment. And there's more than enough for Karen, Nico, Michael, and EJ's school tuition, too.
Thank you so much, dear. I appreciate it. We all do. But I just wish you'd come home to us soon.
Ah. Kailan Ka Oui? I have no idea what that says. I apologize. When are you coming home? EJ, the youngest, used to be the only person asking me that. How do you respond to a question you don't have a definitive answer to? 5 years later, and I still can't give him a straight one. I smile, though Mama can't see it. I fight to keep my lips from quivering, my voice from shaking. She's got enough on her plate as it is. No need to weigh her down with unnecessary concerns.
Promise me you'll be there to welcome me when I do, okay?
Of course. I'm sorry, Grace. I need to take this for a while.
There's a small commotion on the other end. Sound of gates opening, voice of a child, EJ talking excitedly about his day at school, a tapping her feet on the floorboards as he runs. It's been years since I went home, but I can still picture the whole scene in my head. How tall is he now? Are the neighbourhood kids bullying him now that I'm not around? Did Mama rearrange the furniture in the living room again? What are they having for dinner today? I miss them. I miss them so much.
It's okay, Ma. I need to go too. I've got work today. I'll call again soon, alright?
On a Saturday? Oh, never mind. Take care of yourself, dear. I love you.
I love you. Bye.
It ends with a soft click, leaving half-truths and empty promises hanging in the air. Ooh, oh my god, that's a big family. That is a lot. Closing my eyes for a moment, I take a deep breath and shake away the thoughts beginning to swim inside my head. Oh, it's pointless to mull over these things right now.
Okay, Isabella. Time to get that mansion sold.
Unfortunately, before I can take a single step away from my phone, it rings again. I doubt Mama forgot to say something.
Mama? Did you forget anything?
Excuse you? I'm too young to be your mom. Are you still sleeping? Hold on, never mind that. Get yourself in the office. Hurry!
Office? What about the open house? Oh no. Is it Sir John? Did he hear about yesterday? Am I in trouble? Oh god, oh god, oh god! I'm gonna get yelled at, aren't I? What do? I'll buy you an extra box of donuts if...
No, it's nothing like that. Will you calm down?
The Wrights have bought the place.
Get yourself here, alright? I'll tell you everything then.
There's a telltale din of several feet shuffling against wooden flooring, and an indistinct yelling in the background before Rose cuts the connection. That isn't in any way comforting. But it's enough reason for me to hastily discard my phone and finish my shower in record time. I make it to our office within 20 minutes of leaving my apartment, completely dishevelled and out of breath. A feat if I take into account my usual travel time. Routine clamor coming to Briar Realty Corporation's Luxembourg office greets me as soon as my feet cross the threshold. Papers rustling, telephones ringing at sporadic intervals, agents talking at various volumes, staff moving around, and...
Where the hell is C? Where are my employees? What the actual fuck, guys? Of all the times to disappear without notice.
My boss's words turn muffled as someone else closes the door to his office, likely the work of our HR manager. Throughout the past weeks, he's in a bad mood over a few employees who failed to report to work. I hear they're still trying to get hold of them, but to no avail. The result is half their workload has been shifted to all available staff, so not choose clients. Not that I mind the extra work. If anything, it means I have to send more to my family back home. Though the rumours of a branch closure circulating because of this is indeed a bit worrying. My bag barely touches the tip of my table before Rose pulls me aside.
Here, I need you to help me with these papers. If you could also get these signed and photocopied before lunch today, that would be great.
One after another, she punches a bunch of paperwork in my hands without explanation. The page flutters away from the top of the pile, and I lean down to pick it up, my eyes scanning the top of the page as I straighten. Purchase and sale agreement. Rose simply gestures her thumb in the direction of a visitor lounge where I tilt my head in question. There, seated on the sofa and looking completely out of place in the humble decorated room, is the same couple from the day before. The Wrights. Something bubbles up in my throat. Their presence in the office can only mean one thing.
They're buying it? We got a deal?
She swats at my hand, tucking her sleeve, although her eyes are alight with something akin to joy. She wants this sale to happen as much as I do, and now that it's here, the deal needs to be closed, yeah. The documents need to be signed still, but the elation is there. Along with a foreboding feeling I can't quite pinpoint.
I had to do a little damage control, but they're already interested in acquiring the property, even before they attended the open house. I mean, isn't it obvious? They already hired an interior designer. I've never seen a buyer as aggressive as Madame Wright. She didn't even try to negotiate a lower rate.
One at a time, Rose. I can't process everything you're saying at once. What do you mean?
They're paying 15% higher than the listing price, as long as we get the paperwork done as soon as possible.
Please say that they're splitting the commission.
I think if we allow it, they'll be paying up front, too.
Even with that urban legend?
There is none.
Oh. I was so sure we lost the sale after yesterday.
Don't look so surprised. We still have to conduct some last few checks before we completely hand it over to them.
Please. I'll happily do the paperwork duty, Rose. I'll even go to the land registry myself and make sure the property changes hands with every single legal blessing.
Don't they have better things to spend money on? I'd haggle it down to the lowest possible price if I was in the place, especially with the stories attached to it. That I may opinion matters one here one bit. We're just the agents who are going to receive the hefty commission after all. Nothing more. Rose gives me a pat on the shoulder, signaling she's heading back to them, and an unspoken instruction for me to follow after I'm done. It doesn't take me long to finish what work she left me. In fact, having our boss sign the agreement is the easiest since it's put him in a better mood. To the entire office's relief. Excuse me. I wonder if the missing people have anything to do with that house. Oh, God, sorry. Madam Hannah calls me over the moment she notices my presence at the lounge door. Her lips are twisted in a frown and doesn't seem particularly happy to see me, and I'm not surprised. It said story updated. Oh well, never mind. I suppose it doesn't always update in the place that I'm thinking. Who wouldn't be? I almost create as a scene. This is alright, however.
Why, if it
It's a
isn't a
sneeze.
little Lily? I trust you're feeling well now.
It's Isabella, sir, not Lily. I appreciate your concern. I'm feeling better now.
I really don't understand why they can't get my name right. It's a very common name, it shouldn't be too hard to remember. Regardless, I hand him their copy of the agreement.
I believe I can take that. Thank you very much.
With how elegantly she plucks the peepers out of my hands, it's easy to think that there's any trace of irritation in her. There is, reading it in her stiff stance, the way she's standing at a fair distance from her husband, and how the two look to be ignoring each other. Seeing this scene, it seems to be clear that I'm not the one who was put in a bad mood. Did they fight? Most probably. I've seen it happen dozens of times with my previous clients. It's a shame, especially with their new mansion. Never did like it when my mum and papa fight. I hope they'll make up soon. I'm really satisfied with what she's seen. Mum Hannah clasps hands together before extending for a shake. Rose and I release the breath we've been holding, both of us more than happy to return the gesture.
That settles it then? Are you really sure about this property, ma'am?
Oh God, stop it.
We could easily find you a bigger one among our current listings. Something with a modern touch?
Something not haunted, perhaps? Hi, Havor. Rose shoots me a warning glance that clearly says, don't make a scene, we're almost there.
Of course, why wouldn't I be? The house is absolutely perfect, isn't it, darling?
A helipad would still be a nice addition.
Yes, well, we'll get there eventually, love. As I was saying, if your partner had the documents yesterday, we would have bought it right there immediately. Shame she didn't have it.
Well, there's still a few necessary documents we need you to sign after, but we'll let you know once we have those finalized. We'll be handling the process for the rest, so don't worry about it, ma'am.
Within a week, I hope. We still have a housewarming party to plan, after all. You know how much thought should be put into those things.
There are servants for that, darling.
Love, servants or not, you're going to make people listen to your input nonetheless.
Maybe it's the
No more than a week,
flow
ma'am.
chart thing.
Barring unexpected delay, of course. You can leave it to us.
Excellent. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Oh, and before we forget...
She discreetly folds something into both of our hands and winks, a finger raised to her lips, demanding our silence.
What happened the day before was quite unfortunate. But you did get us what we wanted in the end.
I mean, those are pounds. I can see a crown. So we're definitely in England. That's now like the third conformative piece.
That, at the very least, is commendable.
But this is... Ma'am, I can't accept this.
Don't you worry, darling. It's a small thing coming from us. Consider this your bonus for a job well done.
She smiles sweetly, like this is simply the most normal thing to do in the world.
Oh, before I forget, my lovely interior designer would appreciate it if you hand her a copy of the floor plans as soon as possible. She's dying to work on the house.
Please don't say dying.
You can do that, yes? Here's her contact.
Certainly, ma'am. We'll have it processed as soon as possible.
I knew I could count on you, lovelies. I hope to see you two soon so we can get this closed.
Just like that, transaction over and done with. My mind's still reeling after they left. Other agents would kill to have clients like them. Part of me feels lucky about the fact no lengthy negotiations, no sudden change of minds. Just talk, signatures, a few handshakes here and there, and we're done. The other part? A second ago we sold a haunted property to two innocent clients. Sure, the commission's big, big enough to continue funding Papa's treatment and hospitalization, big enough to pay all 4 of my younger siblings' schooling. Heck, it'll keep me away from instant noodle diet for months. Don't have to go back to the mansion as well once the deal is closed, much to my sanity's relief. But knowing that some things in there and we gave it to the good couple despite that. Oh, Isabella, the things you do to sell a house and get money. Papa won't be happy with that. It's not like she didn't try. At least I have good news to tell next time I come home. Little lie I told Mama this morning isn't a lie anymore.
Well, there's something. So how does it feel?
How does what feel?
Your first big multi-million-pound sale, silly. I know you've been with us for years, but this has got to be memorable for you.
Well, as an understatement, Rose.
Come on, show some enthusiasm. They gave us a bonus, too. Aside from the commission and the other bonus boss promised. What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. Send it home, probably?
All of it?
Not everything, of course. Most of it. I'll leave some for my living expenses.
Listen here, Isabella. I'll teach you something I should have told you before we ended your training.
She slings an arm over my shoulders and leans in close to my ear as if she's about to share a big secret.
It's okay to celebrate from time to time.
I don't get it.
It's simple. Go out, do something for yourself. Throw a party and treat your friends to free food. Didn't you say the last one's some sort of tradition back at home for you?
I am curious about this branching tree. So I think the butterflies that came up are like the choices we've made. So we can see. Oh, this I love. Gotta love a good flow chart. I can see how close we are to the end of the chat. This is not going to happen today. This is just chapter 1, 0% apparently. But yeah, we are halfway. I think if I drop a save, and if I've not already got my RTTL, I am really tempted to come back to this. Just look at it. This is kind of like Zero, you know, the Zero trilogy. Zero Escape, the Nunnery games, with all them flowcharty stuff. How long do I go today? A little bit longer, I think. Just going to take 30 seconds and I'll be right back. Seconds, but I'll do half an hour-ish. So I'm just gonna drop a save. Just drop it over the top of that.
Hello, this is practically a done deal.
Isn't throwing a party a bit excessive?
Your call. I won't say no to an invitation, by the way, in case you really are planning to throw one. A few drinks would be nice too, thank you very much.
I don't think my apartment's big enough for that.
You could always move? Bloody hell, you're working in real estate.
I think I'll pass. That's too much of an unnecessary expense for me.
She's trying to be responsible.
But I did promise Becca free lunch in case the sale goes well.
You go do that. Hold on a sec.
She quickly removes herself from me to answer the phone on her desk. Her tone shifts from playful to professional in the span of a few seconds.
Not a problem, ma'am. I could bring you a copy of the contract if...
Must be another client. Nothing surprisingly there. She's one of BRC's top agents, no matter how modest she appears. A saleswoman through and through. I, on the other hand, have very little knack for it. Of course I learned, eventually I had to. But someone else will, without a doubt, do a better job. Once though, in a drunken stupor, Rose told me a story of what could have been. Years ago, wide-eyed, young, and brimming with yet-to-be-fulfilled dreams and ambitions, she was a term or two away from her nursing degree. Out of courtesy, I never pressed on the matter further. Perhaps it's where the sense of fondness started. A small connection due to one similar experience in our respective lives. Of course, we both let pass by because of the circumstances we're in.
I'd be happy to discuss this over tea, ma'am. All right, I'll be there. Thank you.
New client?
Reassigned. Have you heard from Mark at all?
Not since the first visit to the mansion. Why? No news from the HR yet?
I knew they were disappearing because of the mansion.
None at all. Boss thinks he ran away. I doubt it, though. He's too much of a wimp for that. There must be another reason. Who knows? Anyway, I've got to meet this one. I'll see you later.
She throws a wave over her shoulder as she rushes out the office. Mark went to the mansion and Mark is missing. Don't know about you guys, but I see a connection. The lunchtime bell sounds shortly after. Dusty specs. Followed by the chat of fellow agents also heading out for a much needed break. Ordinarily there's no need for me to go out, but oversleeping didn't allow me the luxury of packing my own lunch today. If one considers taking an instant noodle cup from my pantry, packing my lunch. Time to make good on the promise I made to Becca, I suppose. Maybe invite Zach and Ash too. In the end, only Becca and Zach could come. Ash, on the other hand, couldn't be reached. All of my calls went straight to his voicemail. He's at it again, right here today, gone the next day. Oh well, his loss. We have agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, the same one I frequent with Becca because it's cheap and they give away free bread around closing time. Sounds reasonable to me. Quaint, a little old-fashioned, looks a wee out of place amongst the city's tall buildings, but we love it all the same. Look at them cakes. Much like its facade, the interior carries an antiquated charm to it. Vintage art pieces in a row of shelves boasting an extensive collection of books cover the walls. I would have been nice to hang out here for hours on end, but even on a weekend the place is still packed with people. Thankfully, Becca and Zach have already found seats and engaged in some casual chatter when I arrive. It was strange seeing the two of them without Ashley accompanying the other. They'd have been particularly close. Sure, they talk when they meet and laugh at the same things when there's something funny, but there's a distance, the kind born out of purely differing interests. That or Zach simply afraid of Becca. It's not impossible, and I won't blame you if he is. He might be the tallest in our group, but everyone knows that means nothing against Becca's temper. Even I am a little scared of her.
Zach! Becca!
Well, you seem to be in a better mood today. What happened? I know that smile, Belle. Come on, still.
Don't rush me. Let's order food first, okay?
A waitress come by to take our order. On a normal day, me and Becca will order hearty serving of their special vegetarian stovies. Zach takes anything with a good helping of meat, sausages, or potatoes in it. But today's a good day, great even. That's not wrong to indulge a little, right?
Today's special. For the three of us.
Even the person jotting down our order looks surprised at today's meal choice. She likes the tip nevertheless and leaves without a comment. Becca follows her eyebrows, mouth halfway open, ready to let loose what's likely a string of reprimands.
Don't worry, it's my treat.
The glass she sends my way reminds me of the one I received from Mama when I punched a kid bullying my younger brother 18 years ago. Naturally, I never did it again, as she made me apologise the next day. Rebecca's far from being me mum. A small sheepish grin is enough to turn that frown into a defeated sigh. Food arrives in the middle of a funny story from Zach, putting the rest of the conversation on hold as we each saved our order. As in anything fancy. Pan-roasted sea bass with citrus-dressed asparagus and a portion of mashed potatoes on the side. Or at least that's what the daily specials board says. It looks gorgeous if you substitute out the asparagus for like broccoli or green beans or mange choux or something that's not going to make me want to vomit. You hear the accent. Yeah, I wanted to do an accent for the narrator. I never did pay any attention to it whenever I come here, since they price whatever's written way above what I'm willing to spend on food in a single day.
Oh, good. I'm so hungry, I think I'm dying.
You're always hungry.
Hey, not all the time.
You not got any money.
Let me guess. You skipped breakfast again.
Not on purpose. I may have overslept by a few seconds today.
Right then. Stop stalling, Isabella. What's this about?
I have no idea what a voice sounds like.
Let
Listen,
us say
talk on
it,
the streams
Rebecca. She
that I've
wouldn't
heard.
be inviting us out if it wasn't worth hearing out.
Exactly, Ima.
Well, we're waiting.
Plus, I can't just imitate anyone's voice. I do a bad Scottish accent, and I do various pitches of Joe.
I'm treating you guys to a once-in-a-century thing.
Unexpected grin breaks out on my face at Zach.
I'm sorry, say that again.
And this is important because...
Becca only raises an eyebrow at me, while Zach appears like he didn't get the punchline. To another lame joke Ash made and is desperately searching for someone to explain it. Oh bummer, maybe I should refreeze it. My instant noodle days are over.
Let me do that again. Guess what, guys? I'm paying! I sold the house!
As the news sinks in, their expression goes from sheer bewilderment to utter surprise. That's more like it.
You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. As of today, I, Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos, am free from my instant noodle binge.
Seriously?
Hold it, Belle. You sold the house?
Yep.
Which house is this? In Aslam Village? The one with the open house yesterday?
The one and only. Come on, Becca. I know you've got a better memory than that.
Oh, wow. That's...
She lets out a hum. Although she's nodding, she gives the impression of someone who has had something unbelievable and is still forcing her brain to absorb it. There's a mic VOD somewhere? Oh, fair enough. I kind of like the mystery. Have some faith in me, Becca. Am I not your best friend or what?
You don't believe me?
Sonic burritos. Nice. I need a nap. I'm tired. But I'm going to do a little bit more of this. Even though I know I'm nowhere near finishing this first chapter. Just because I'm intrigued and not hungry yet. Then when I get hungry, I will end the stream for today. But for now, we're carrying on for a little bit. The words tumble out of my mouth before I could stop them. I've been trying to avoid bringing up yesterday's little spat, and judging from the looks on their faces, it seems they are too. Me and my stupid
I'm
mouth.
sure it ain't the way you're thinking, Bella.
No, I do believe you. But don't you think the sale happened a bit too fast? The open house only started yesterday, and now you already have a buyer?
It happens from time to time.
Yeah, but look, I'm happy for you. Just yesterday, you've been really worried where to get money for your dad's new treatment. And now, what if the sale doesn't push through, or I don't
Didn't
know,
mean to hit that.
they're a fraud, or they suddenly back out? Isn't it a little too early to celebrate?
Rebecca does have a point, Bella. If you haven't closed the deal yet, there's still a chance they'll go back on it.
They don't seem like it to me. The lady appeared to really want it, and she approached me without even finishing the tour.
Pressured me into it more like. I mean, Doritos if they're like the salted ones. Mountain Dew? That's just like a lemony fizzy thing, right? But I'm not going to tell Becca about that, knowing her she don't need
And
worry.
she already hired someone to handle the house's interior design.
You're joking. Who would do that?
The Wrights, apparently. It's actually pretty funny. She's a bit too excited to get the property, she forgot to buy it. At any rate, they've already signed the agreement today, so it's just a matter of time. And don't tell anyone about this, but Ma'am Hannah also gave us something extra.
Something as in...
As in, it's why I can treat you two to a free meal.
I'm more surprised you accepted it.
She didn't really give us a choice in the matter. So don't lose sleep over this, okay? The couple really want the house. If Rose didn't stop them, they'd likely have paid up front for it yesterday.
Ooh, pork pie. Ooh, I love a good pork... Well, I love this particular pork pies. I really like the pastry. Something about that cold pastry thing. I ordered takeout on Friday because I was whackhead. And I had leftovers. And I really want to do a risotto tonight. Because then it'll keep me for the rest of the week. But I'm also exhausted. So what I might do is try and have a tiny nap. And then cook. That might work after my stream. I mean, you're just talking about places that I've only heard of in TV shows, so...
That's despite the legends, too. I even tried to show them the letter. But nope. I want this house, darling. Go take all
a batch
our money.
cook. You cook enough, and then it does the whole week.
You don't really think they'd believe that, do you?
It's easier
I'm
than
pretty
cooking
sure
every
for
day.
them, those are just rumors as well. No one is that superstitious in this day and age, Belle. Well, there's you.
Right. You know what? I'll just eat all of these by myself.
I began to gather plates to my side, the food in each still untouched. A laugh almost escapes my mouth with the way Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hand interrupts me as just am about to pull her plate close to me.
I'm kidding. Don't go all pouty on me again.
She's mean.
I'm just concerned you'll get hurt if this doesn't happen. I know how badly you want to close this deal for your papa.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine now, though, with the money. They don't know yet. I think I'll call them tomorrow. Let them know things will be easier. Mama said this morning he's showing progress with the new treatment, too. It's just a matter of time.
I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhibited. It's strange talking about this with other people, even those who've known you long enough. But today, things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them there. Lunch passes in an enjoyable fashion. A laugh here, a playful jab there, but most of it is spent on catching up and telling stories about whatever's keeping us busy these days. Something we couldn't afford to do the day before, taking into account what happened. Even Becca's surprisingly chatty. Is there something in the sea bass we ate? Zach, though, appears less energetic. He's far from being the life of a party. He's definitely not the type to keep quiet in a conversation with his friends. Apart from a few inputs, he's been silent the entire time.
Are you sure you're not feeling under the weather, Zachary?
Huh? No, I'm okay. No worries, Rebecca.
Doesn't sound okay to me.
It's okay. I might be feling a
Oh,
little
no, what
bummed out
happened?
today, but I'm sure this will pass.
Is it about the reviews this morning?
A piqued expression crosses Zach's face and almost immediately Becca retreats in her inquiry, as though the man's look is enough of an answer for her. I look between the two of them. Did I miss something? What happened this morning? Did I stumble on a big secret? This is why I don't need waking up late.
You heard about those, huh?
Sorry, I just happened to check on some sites this morning.
Nah, it's a very sensitive topic in the first place. I should have expected it.
What reviews?
Becca glances at Zach, emotions unsure, her eyes asking for his consent on the matter. But there's a small desire to keep asking on my part. I don't dare voice it out. But Zach's always been bit to eat, let him speak on his own. Becca too, to some extent, although with her explosions of temper are more common. In the end, he simply answers with a shift of his shoulders, gesturing for her to go on, with a tilt of his head.
It's his movie.
That doesn't explain anything. Stop dangling the information, Becca!
Zachary, I'm not the one supposed to be telling her about this. It's still your documentary.
Is it something bad?
Not bad per se. You guys don't need to dwell on it much.
I'm guessing racist bigots.
Bad? Listen here. I wouldn't trivialize what those bowheads wrote if I were you. They're ruining other people's jobs.
From how her tone rises in anger, it seems she's the one slighted and not Zach. A snigger escapes me, which I promptly stamp down on as soon as she sends me a hard look.
This isn't a laughing matter, Isabella. Some bowbag just insulted him.
Calm down, Rebecca. Those are just reviews, and it happens a lot.
I do not ken about you two, but calling the entire film an out-and-out drivel, you're better off watching an educational kids' TV show, and worst 1.5 hour of my life, among other things, isn't exactly a critique any decent movie reviewer would say. If you could call that a critique, did we even watch the same film?
Well, maybe I ain't cut out for it. Better stick with my photography or something. If nothing else, this helped me open my eyes to what I can and can't do.
You're giving up.
That wasn't a question.
It was just something experimental I did on my free time anyway. It's no big deal.
But you worked on it for months.
Doesn't look like it matters for those people.
Don't say that!
Ooh, my palm strikes the table, sending the tableware on the top clinking against each other. I didn't even notice when I rose from my seat. But here I am, chest heaving, looking down at him in the same manner a teacher would at any unruly student. Becca's probably proud. I didn't mean to yell, but there's some things people like Zach aren't supposed to see. How exasperating. Yeah, well, people should know.
It's just a review.
Except they're pretty well-known critics.
Why does that matter? They aren't the ones calling the shots on this. Isn't that why they have a committee? Right, Becca?
An amused gleam in his eye. Amused gleam is in her eyes when I turned to her. What does she find so entertaining here? Oh yeah, your friend's about to quit his passion for a petty reason. I haven't read what those people wrote about his work, but a few scathing words shouldn't be enough to discourage someone. Should know, after
Failing
all.
means you're playing, Zach. Not that I'm saying it's bad. I've seen it from start to finish, and I know for myself what you created isn't something people should scoff at. I don't know anything about filming or photography. Hell, I don't have an inkling of artistry in me except for those doodles I make for class. But I know what I watched. Look at Isabella. It's not every day you see her all riled up like this.
Whatever I'm about to see gets lost in my tongue as a flush of embarrassment blooms across my face.
It was a heat of the moment thing. And anyway, I'll be very angry with you if you quit. What about the exhibit?
What exhibit?
Classified information.
Even if I bring you your favorite tonight?
Nope, not a chance.
Oh, come on! I thought we aren't supposed to have secrets.
Burst of laughter comes from Zach.
Thanks, you two. I might need some time alone to myself for a while. Just to think about things, how I'll go from here, that sort of stuff. Hey, I'm not quitting, Bella. Don't give me that face.
That's no face at all, only a poor imitation of puppy dog eyes, if you can call this one.
Promise.
I'll be damned if I break any promise I make to you guys. Besides, you're right. It's too early to say anything right now. Awards night ain't for another week.
And that's all the answer I need from her. As sentimental as it sounds, this fulfillment in knowing another person you know won't take the same path you walked. It's not like it's over for me, though. I still have time. I could still come back. Do my own thing. Do what I really want to do. Surely once Papa recovers, once I'm done with everything. Inside my bag, my phone buzzes unexpectedly, breaking the pleasant afternoon lull. The screen shows Rose.
Hey, Isabel. You at the office?
Ha ha. Very funny, Rose. I'm hanging up.
Don't, I'm kidding. BRC says the floor plan copies are ready for Miss McCullough to pick up.
She states that as if it already explains everything. Then out of the blue she launches into a long rant about the awful state of Luxembourg's streets, all of which she says in a single breath that I can barely keep up and make out a single word. I stay quiet, if only to become the next object of her frustration. She's similar to Becca in that regard. You're not surrounding yourself with good people, love.
I'm stuck in horrendous traffic right now. Bloody stupid drivers.
When she has finally run out of things to complain about and stops, what she says next still has none of what I'm hoping to hear from her. Just a quick mumbled plea for me to meet the Wright's interior designer instead.
Anyway,
and
I'll leave it to you. Bye.
Classic rules. She ends the call without even asking for my input. Journal. A day after the open house, the Wrights were seen securing the mansion's purchase at Briar Realty's Luxembourg office. Parties involved in the transaction were surprised at how fast it went, but agreed it was expected when dealing with influential people like the Wrights. Happy over the sale, Isabel Santos treated her best friend Solomon. It's like some kind of newspaper report thing that's going on in this journal. It's weird. The sky is cloudless and the noontime sun is beating down on the hard concrete when you leave the cafe. It's far from unbearable, but it's enough to put most people in a fickle mood or make them vulnerable to catching something. No wonder we have staff members going AWOL lately, not to mention my boss's mercurial moods. Can't believe I'm seeing this, but our usual cloudy weather back. All the gripes about the unpredictable weather, the streets of Luxembourg remain constantly busy. Hurried tapping of shoes against the pavement and inane chatter coming from the lunchtime crowd fill the humid afternoon air. A small reminder of the things we still have to do, regardless of how much I want to return to the comfort of my bed. Back to Briar Realty. For me, Zach to a meeting with a magazine publisher featuring luxury houses, and Becca to her lesson plans and books at home. But more than once I catch a sneaking a longing glance over something displayed in the shop window. Did she want to buy something? Maybe I can get her to her for Christmas. Turn my head at the last shop she checked out. A fleeting glimpse. The world stills. Oh shit. She looks at me. Eyes hollow, gaze piercing and boring into my very hot soul. Like a set of chains to keep my whole body still. There are no shadows or whispers this time. Only a plea. A hum, low and indistinct. Compelling me, beckoning me, intent on dragging me to the void beyond the glass. I don't dare move. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat, every thump, screaming at me to look away and make a run for it. But I can't. I couldn't. All of my limbs feel heavy, while my own breathing strains in the face of her calls.
Leave me alone.
Her mouth is stretched in a grin, wide and unpleasant. The panic building up in my chest forces me to take a tentative step back. I try not to stare at the decaying flesh, the blood streaming from the gaping wounds on her arms or nailless fingers. I'm wondering if she's going to jump out of it, so I'm just going to plonk a set of save. I don't want this. Not like this. Not after I got what I want for Papa.
Stop. Leave me alone.
Her face contorts and she lets out a wail, sharp and utterly unforgiving. Rage. There is only hatred and bitterness, as if the very notion of turning away from her is an offence in itself.
I don't want this!
Before I know it, I'm stumbling backwards, my own throat hoarse from the screams I don't even notice coming out of my mouth. The back of my feet catches on a loose stone, sending me sprawling on the ground. The resulting pain completely jolts me out of the haze, blurring my mind. She's not doing her head any favours this week. For a little while, my surroundings appear unfamiliar until Becca's face swims into my vision. Look of concern is on her face and her hands are gripping my arms tight. Even Zach appears beside himself with worry while he stands behind her, acting as a shield against the small crowd of onlookers already forming around us.
What happened?
Bella, you okay?
My mouth opens and closes, but nothing comes out. The words refuse to form. On impulse, I sneak a swift glance at the display window. She's gone, yet the foreboding feeling hasn't left me. My hands are shaking as I push myself off the ground, my weakened limbs relying solely on reflex and muscle memory. Something icy has made its home at the pit of my stomach. I want to throw up, anything to get the wretched sensation
You
out.
are screaming! Zach, call someone!
No, don't. I'm good. I'm good. I need to get to the office. Rose, the floor plans. Someone's going to pick it up. I'll see you later.
Careful. Don't stand up yet. Stay put, Isabella. Zach, you watch over her for me. I'll call for someone.
I attempt to smile to put her at ease, but it likely comes off as a grimace. After a pleasant lunch with Zach and Becca, urgent phone call. Away, a familiar smile greeted her. Oh, the way they put it, like it's like some kind of friend. Gently, I pushed her hands off my shoulders. My knees are still trembling, but I can stand. Leave me. Stay away. Away! Humidity stifling. Everyone stares at unnerving. Becca and Zach's concerns are suffocating. I don't want to be here. No more. I break into a run. I wish I hadn't left my bed this morning. Here, with only occasional drips of water on the sink and the whirring of the fan blades to keep me company, it's easy to fall into a cycle of negative thinking. But even with the clutter to keep me company, the room still feels a whole lot bigger than usual. I hug my knees closer as a group pass by outside. Loud. So loud. If only there was a way to tune everything out, to keep my head from replaying every image, every sound of her. Her screams, her awkward gait as she reaches for me, her bone-chilling smile, her pleas for... Enough. That's enough. A shiver passes over me, though it's not from the hair still hanging damp against my back, or the draft that enters the room from the windows I've left wide open. Would you leave the windows wide open? My gaze shifts at the letter, sitting on the coffee table, its edges flutter innocuously as the wind touches it. Funny how an ordinary piece of paper can bring this much trouble. The impulse to throw it away or rip it to pieces is still there. I can easily do it, but after that, what? Will she leave me? What about those people who've already seen it? Will they be okay? This uncertainty gnaws at me. Knowing that she's real and might also go after the people I care about. I just wish someone will listen. Believe me. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out my skin. Blindly, I fish my phone out from under the mess of papers and cushions where I've carelessly thrown it before taking a shower ages ago. Zach's name flashes brightly on the screen. Is he calling because of this afternoon? Frankly, it's the last thing I want to discuss, but I did leave the two of them there without saying anything. Did she go back to the office and do her job, or did she just come home? Because, knowing Zach, I bet he's worried.
Hey, Zach.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you're not gonna pick up.
Sorry, it took me a while to find my phone.
No worries. You game tomorrow?
I pause. I don't recall making plans with Zach for the weekend.
Did I forget something?
Remember that guy I told you about? Back in the movies?
Oh!
The, priest? For the blessing? Does it ring a bell?
Oh, right. I did say that, but I didn't think he'd actually go to the trouble, especially what happened with his film. Sometimes I forget how kind Zach could be.
Yeah, I remember. Is he fine with it?
My friend doesn't mind. We're lucky he's not busy. So, tomorrow, he'll meet us at the mansion.
Okay. Sorry for the trouble, Zach.
Hey, no problem. I'm the one who suggested it to begin with. And, well, this afternoon you did surprise us. Never seen you scream like that. You scared the hell out of Rebecca.
I guess I owe you a lot for this, huh?
Nah, we're cool. You had us worried. But I know you'll tell us about it eventually. I just want to make sure you're doing well. You left all of a sudden and you're not answering any of our calls.
He's trying to get me to talk. Normally I'd tell him I'm fine. Say a few simple assurances to put their minds at ease. Now, nothing will form. I can't bring myself to say anything. He seems to have sensed my hesitation because he immediately changes the subject.
Anyway, I gotta go. I left something on the stove before making this call. Just soup. But it'd be embarrassing if I burned soup.
I doubt it. Ashton, on the other hand...
Oh, remind me to tell you about what he did with the pressure cooker next time. Oh, damn, it overflowed! Really need to get going. Bye, Bella.
He hangs up before I can thank him. A busy tone, though, muffled echoes through the receiver. I'm only saying this will work. Even I am doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Father Norman, a well-known priest in the Anglican and Christian communities. Ooh, he's described to be a warm and approachable person, especially by the youths. So, Isabella. Hannah is the lady that's buying the thing. Zachary's the filmmaker. Marianne's the interior designer. Rebecca's the teacher. Ashton, some sort of investigator. And Luke, I think, is Hannah's husband. We haven't had his name confirmed yet. I'm just making an assumption. Okay. So, this has been 3.5 hours. So, I'm not sure what the question marks are, particularly. I think that exclamation point is a quick time. Oh, question mark is a choice. Okay, so 1, 2, and a quick time, which looks like if it fails, I think there's an achievement for failing, so I might start a quick game and fail a quick time just to, you know, get that out of the way. So what was I was counting choices. 1, 2, 3. This was just a series of stuff. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hi, Leaky. Okay, so 8 choices, and then we've got potentially 3 ways this can go. The bottom way is probably very unlikely it's going to go there. It's more likely to be the top, so that's sort of like 3 story cycles. 4, 5, 6. We seem to be taking the top route through things. So how many have we done? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. In 3.5 hours, and then we've got like 6 or 7 left. I don't somehow think that I'm going to fit it into like 20 minutes. I think. Unless we go down the bottom route. But I don't know how to trigger that. Particularly. Do a little bit more. A little bit more. Sleep comes easier tonight. For the first time in a long time, I dream. I've clear skies of unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small, cramped dwellings. To an outsider, the sight does not paint a pretty picture. How is this home to me? October 23rd, Sunday. Morning dawns, bright and clear the following day. Ooh, okay, so should we... Aha! So we are going down the top route, so there's 3 story bits. Possibly 2 choices in that. Although the air still feels muggy, I miss the chilly autumn weather. It's one of those rare weekends where I'm up even before my alarm rings. If it wasn't for Zach's call last night, I'd probably sleep in. When 9 AM rolls around, I'm already on my way to the Ermengarde mansion. To think that I have to go back again, I'd be lying if I say I'm excited. I don't have to anymore. Rose happily gave me paperwork duty when I volunteered. From the last phase of the sale, too. Well, almost. Papers to sign, documents to finalise, various other legalities to settle with the current owner and all that. Still, never mind that its new owners want everything done within the week, and the process typically takes more than that. Oh God, it does. They want it done, we'll get it done. I really, really don't understand rich people. But money can do wonders, I won't be surprised if they're able to push the process just a little more like what they did to secure the house. The point is, I'm under no obligation to return to the house anymore. Running is an option, of course. I can now move on to another property and forget everything. However, at the end of the day, it's always my conscience that wins. What if something happens to those who have seen the letter? Ash, Zack, Becca, Miss Collar, the Wrights. The guilt will follow me to my grave. What about Rose as well? The mansion looms as we approach. Whispers welcoming me back, shadows calling. I hope this is the last time. They engaged in quiet conversation when I find them in the mansion's front gardens. But even with the familiar company, it's impossible to feel at ease here. No matter whom I'm with, the feeling of being watched is there, like the place itself is aware of its trespassers. Zack, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice. Or he simply doesn't care, he's already used to it. I could never tell with him. Sometimes he's almost hard to read as Ash. Almost. At least Zack doesn't ask for as much patience as dealing with Ash does, and that says plenty about him. Miracle of miracles how the two have ended up the best of friends. He waves at me as I approach, true to his promise. Zack has also brought his friend with him. Father Norman. Somehow I expected him to look older.
Oh, don't be surprised. They say people who have found their calling are getting younger these days.
Sorry, Father. I didn't mean to say that out loud.
No offense taken, though I admit I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think someone would ask this house to be blessed after all these years.
You've heard of it, Father?
In passing. The occasional rumors and talk by the locals, nothing new. You don't spend years serving the church here without hearing a random hearsay here and there.
You never mentioned what you thought of those, Father.
Ah, but he who goes down to the grave does not come up. He shall never return to his house, nor shall his place know him any more.
But what I saw...
May not be what you think. It depends entirely on what you mean by it. If you're talking about spirit beings, angels, demons, then yes. Are we talking about the spirits of people who have departed? The word makes it clear that once the deceased has left us, they are gone.
Interesting.
But of course, I didn't come here to bore you with a lecture.
No, it was enlightening, Father. Thank you.
Just remember that a God who loves his children would never let them linger once the time comes.
That's what my papa often tells me.
Your father must be a good man. He raised you well, no doubt.
Yeah, but we still want you to exercise the house because there's some creepy skinless lady in there and, you know, she pushed us down the stairs effectively.
Well then, shall we? Regardless of what it is, I'm sure the mansion's new owners would appreciate such sincere intentions. From a stranger, no less.
This is indeed Ima. It came out... Oops. On the 15th of December 2021, so last year. I have to admit, despite my not liking scary stories, I am intrigued. A relief. That's where you won't see how tightly I'm clutching the straps on my bag. Father Norman's probably trying to put me at ease. Also, I think I missed a line. He let Zack and I walk ahead. Okay, there we go. But the worry, the cold, restless, foreboding feeling has firmly lodged itself in my stomach, making its presence known with every step we take towards the house.
You okay?
No. Zack lightly nudges my side, mindful of his motion to avoid startling me, no doubt. It's hard to lie when Zack gives you that look. Yay! I just want to go full Zack, because Zack is lovely and I want to give him a hug. Was that? I think that was a choice as well. Cool, so we might actually get through this. We might just finish this chapter. That's just there. The kind that implores a silent appeal. I'm not even sure if he's doing it consciously. Another breeze blows and I try not to shiver. Try not to listen to the voices that may or may not be there.
Ugh, this place really gives me the creeps.
It doesn't seem more than an ordinary house to me, though. Damn, I should have brought my camera with me. I saw a few areas that'd be good for a shoot. You think the new owners will allow it?
Shh! What if you catch something? Or someone in one of the pictures?
It just means they want to be seen, doesn't it?
Don't ask for it.
It's not like we can stop them if they do.
You're really not helping, Zack.
All right. Sorry. Don't worry. I don't think whatever's inside this house will do anything. I'm here, yeah? I'll take care of them. Or I think I can.
You're not that scary, but thanks. I'll be sure to run behind you if I see one.
Ridiculous talk, although temporary reprieve it lands is more than welcome. He offers me a smile in return, the least he could do. And with a slight motion of his head, he gestures for us to move ahead, while my own fears are left forgotten for the time being. The things inside my bag clatter softly against each other while I rummage for the keys to the mansion. I should have heard the telltale jingle by now, but didn't I put it in my bag last night? Oh, seconds later, I'm sitting on my heels, and one after another, I'm taking out everything from every pocket, every slip. I'll be keen to put everything back later, but I'm sure it's just under these... nothing. Oh man, of all the times to forget.
Something the matter?
No, I'm sorry, Father. I think I left the key.
No use coming up with excuses, and right after they've both taken the time to go this far away from the city. A heavy sigh, I grab at the door handle to pull myself up, a string of apologies already at the tip of my tongue.
Careful, Bella!
We've spoken with the current owners. Well, technically, you're not yet the owners, but...
There's a brief moment of confusion, and then I'm falling. The momentum of the door swinging open pulls me back first into the mansion's foyer before I can make sense of what's happening.
Ow, 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 my back.
She keeps doing that. She should really go to a hospital and get a freaking x-ray after all this is done.
What the? Isabella?
No time to nurse my bruised back or make up excuses, because the next thing I know, Zach's gently pulling me up right by my arm. Rose looks down at me with a mixture of apprehension and something I couldn't quite place. I'd say it's relief, but... ah, sheesh. Good going, Isabella, right after you volunteered to work on the papers. I'm standing behind her.
Ma'am Hannah! Mr. Wright!
Oh, Isabel. We always meet in the most interesting circumstances.
A complete understatement, darling. What are they doing in my house?
Abruptly, he waves his hand at Zach and Father Norman, with their presence as a slight against his own.
I thought you said you wanted to do paperwork duty. What are you doing here?
Like a deer caught in the headlights. Unfair, Rose, that's putting me on the spot. And leaves me with another choice to answer.
The reason why I'm here?
Well, spit it out, Lily. We don't have all day.
I'm just here to make sure everything is fine before you move in.
I'm so sorry, Mama. You said I'd go to hell if I lie. I like you well after this, but there's no other way. Well, it isn't entirely a lie. I am here to make sure no one disturbs them after they move in. It just so happens that what I'm checking for and trying to drive away is of the paranormal variety.
Oh? The house appears impeccably fine to me.
Mr. Wright shifts his eyes around in a careful manner, as if he's looking for faults in every crevice of the house. The grin on his face, though, when he turns his attention to me, is similar to what my queer Jordan has often given me when he was up to something. Usually a scare prank that inevitably ended in me crying. I never did forgive the way my brother sneered at me then. A part of me that thinks that perhaps if I hadn't been the object of his mischief in childhood, I might have grown a little braver.
Come on, little Lily. Lying doesn't do that cute little face any justice. I'm a very patient man. Now, why are you really here?
Right now, in the face of an almost identical expression, perhaps even crueler than what I'm used to, the lie I told falls apart.
The truth is, I was just thinking we could have the house blessed before move-in day.
And why would we ever need to have this house blessed?
For luck and protection?
I shrink under his scrutinizing gaze. For a second, I think he'll start shouting at me. Instead, he laughs. The mocking, jeering kind, but the one wondering if he's hearing things right. I'd say he was amused, but I honestly couldn't understand what was so funny with what I just said. Was it really that weird? Was it in a customer here? I wish Becca was here to explain stuff like this.
That's rich coming from you. When we saw Devlin Court, you didn't.
It's a small custom back home. I thought it would be nice to do something that would bring positive energy to the mansion, since this place has been empty for years.
And the papers, Isabella? I hope you did those first before this.
Of course I did. It's almost done, in fact. But there are some items I still have to double check before finalizing everything. You know I don't sign without a thorough inspection. And well, this is what this is for too. I just thought it would be more efficient to do both at the same time.
Here I thought you didn't want to go back.
A job is a job, Rose. Gotta do what you gotta do to make a living.
Oh, well if that's the case, then go ahead. No need to be so hard on her, Rosie. I personally think it's a nice touch. I was actually thinking of the same thing, but you beat me to it.
Darling, Buttercup, please. You know these things don't work. No offense meant to the holy man, of course. That does not explain...
What?
Though.
Oh my god! Excuse me, that is not acceptable language. I do apologize. I did not know that that was going to be in this game. I think that's decided on whether I'm going to stream any more of it. I will finish this chapter, but that was not acceptable. Yeah, I did not know there was that content in this game. Yeah, can't endorse that sort of language. All of a sudden, there's an awkward silence that even Rose of all people seems reluctant to break. Your desire to do so is evident. Yeah, I think I said I talked over it, but it was still on the screen, and yeah. A desire to do so is evident, though her eyes never see shift to Mr. Right. Meanwhile, Zach's grip on my arm suddenly tightens. He doesn't see anything further, but there's a conflicted look on him when I glance up. That's the face he makes only when he desperately wants to give someone a piece of his mind, but chooses not to, mostly to avoid confrontation or fanning the flames to an argument. He has always been like this, even among his own friends. He chooses to take a placating stance despite holding opinions of his own. Not that I won't say anything. I know Mr. Wright's a client, but you can't just say that in front of other people. In front of Zach, no less. If Ashton were here, I know he wouldn't stand for it. And neither do I. There was a reason why bullies back home never touched my younger brother again after I gave him a taste of their own medicine. He might be inches taller than me, but I'm pretty sure I can still land a hit or two. Maybe. If only I'm not going to get in trouble with BRC for it. But before any punch could be thrown, Ma'am Hannah cuts in.
Lucille Mitchell-Wright.
Oh, here's Luke. In a voice too firm, demanding his complete silence. What? Instead of answering, she merely crosses her arms and shoots her husband a sharp, disapproving glare. That seems to have done the trick. He immediately shuts his mouth, but not before muttering a few inaudible words under his breath. At this, Ma'am Hannah could only sigh and shake her head.
Oh, give it a rest, love. Do you have a better idea? Who knows? Positive energy might even give us what we've been waiting for. Or some peace. Let them
Do you
do
really
their
want to
job.
have a kid with that? Jackass? Bigot? Insensitive? Jerk? Yeah, you don't. That was not pleasant to come across. There are certain words that I do not condone. That is one of them, because society doesn't condone it for very good reasons. Especially not in a game that, you know, there was a documentary on the history of black slavery in Britain. Yeah, and then people were mean about that, you know. I thought that was a sort of social commentary thing, but that was just unacceptable. There's no need for that language. Yeah. So we'll finish this chapter, but we won't be streaming any more of this game. I am curious, but not in something that, you know, puts something like that in there. Just like that. That was just not... Ugh! Okay. Just want to get to the end of this chapter. For once, I want to finish a chapter in these things.
What have we been waiting for? I don't think I was ever informed of.
Nothing you should worry about right now. Anyway, we've still got a few things we need to discuss with Rosie here. Over lunch? I hope you don't mind, Isabel. We'd love to take you with us, but...
Yeah, I can only apologise for that. You know, I didn't know this game would have that. I'm going to go with I don't recommend buying this game. And I very rarely say that, and I will say it again at the end. You know. I mean, it's the story path I picked, I guess, because if I'd have gone with Ash's idea of bringing the professor, then they wouldn't have met, but it's still not acceptable that that's in the game. So, yeah.
Oh, no. Go ahead, ma'am. This'll take time. That's why there's two of us working on this.
Rose looks like she's about to murder someone, probably me. At least she won't have to stay in a haunted property. She's getting the better end of this deal if anyone's going to ask me.
Oh, wonderful. I hope the next time the three of us meet, it'll be over a closed deal,
Of course, ma'am. Please look forward to it.
Rose hurriedly hands me the keys to the house before leaving, mouthing reminders to secure the place and harmless threats for throwing her under the bus. I return it with a reassuring smile of my own, even if she's the one who often forgets. Sheesh. And just like that, gone, just as quickly as he appeared, fleeting from one scene to the next and leaving me wondering if this is simply what's typical for the rich and famous. If so, I'd rather stay with my rundown apartment or our little shack back home. There's still joy in the smallest things after all. I see. I don't think that's an actual achievement, unfortunately. But we are a little bit away. I just want to see the ghost again and have its ass beat. I didn't expect that. Sort of put a tarnish on the shine. Anyway, with a house this big, it's not surprising when the ceremony takes a few hours to finish. The sun's already high by the time we've gone through the last room. I can never say I'm a devout follower of my own faith, even with Mama and Papa's teachings, but hearing every word Father Norman uttered as we went around the house has put me at ease. All of a sudden, the mansion doesn't seem so scary anymore. Maybe there's an end to this. Perhaps this is the end? Father Norman bids us goodbye upon exiting the mansion grounds. He has business in the village nearby, he says, a minute gesture to reach out to the members of their parish every once in a while. It reminds me of a distant memory, of helping hands and a few kind smiles that helped my family pull through when times are tough. But before he leaves...
Isabella, a word before I go? Zachary hasn't been really forthcoming with your situation, and it is something I understand it wasn't his to share. But whatever burdens you, know that it's not a permanent fixture in your life. Besides, you have people to bear it with.
Thanks, Father. I bite back the harsh retorts before they come out, masking it with a smile as we wave the good priest off. His words, though meant to comfort, has only left a bitter taste in my mouth. As if they don't believe, and if they don't believe you, what am I to do? A hand lands briefly on my shoulders, taking me out my thoughts before they take a sudden turn. My smile doesn't quite reach my ears when I turn to him.
Say, do you want to go somewhere?
Right now? Where to?
Anywhere in the city. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely hanging out.
It wouldn't hurt. I've got some stuff I need to buy. Groceries.
Yay, we nearly have Max Zach. After that asshole, you know.
And there's a shop I want to check.
Is it real food this time?
Let me guess. Rebecca?
She's just worried about you. Even I can't eat that much instant noodles.
Think of it as a talent.
I mean, are they cheap? Because otherwise I can't think of anything endearing about those pot things.
Let's just go, Zach.
I smile, utterly on this time devoid of any unpleasant thoughts. Regardless of what happens between us these 2 days, I don't want to think harshly of them. Zach had me wait upon a nearby bench upon arriving, primed to going off somewhere. He hasn't returned since, and it's been a good 20 minutes of being left alone entirely to my thoughts. And this weather, the city park gives a lazier, more languid vibe than usual. Where children, usually seen running around and playing their knee, now are people leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. The smell of food drifts from nearby carts. If the wind blows in the right direction, one would catch the whiff of freshly trimmed grass. Wonderful! I wish I'd known that before I started streaming. It will be getting a half a star for that, to be fair. Can you DM me the post, Leaky, just so I can, you know, see if the developers have said anything specific on that, because even if it's like a language barrier thing, the translation team should have flagged something like that. You know, I'm going to have to put a notice on the when I upload it on YouTube. I mean, I upload all my videos for posterity, but I'm just going to go that, you know, there's racial slurs that I don't condone, so cannot recommend this game, you know. Because, yeah, unless there's a very good reason, and there'd have to be a really very good reason for that. Especially because there was no content warnings or anything. It's like, I knew it was a scary story. You know, it's already made me jump several times. But, you know. There are lines. I have lines. We'll just finish this goddamn chapter. But yeah. I'd gladly sleep on this bench if I wasn't waiting for anyone. Soon enough, I see his hulking figure running towards me, carrying a medium-sized box on one hand, casually weaving the other at me. He's panting when he reaches my bench, sweat drips profusely from his forehead, but there's a grin on his face. Did he bring me donuts? Because that would be cool.
Sorry, the line was really long. Really long.
You didn't have to run. Sit down first.
I have lines. I do.
Nah, I'm good. Didn't want to make you wait for these.
I already know what's in the blue box before he opens it. Oh, cinnamon rolls. I really wanted the achievement Precious Cinnamon Roll. That's clearly not an Xbox achievement either. Cinnamon rolls, all 6 of them topped with a white cream cheese glaze. The same ones I bought after I sold my first property. After I met Zach, Ash and Becca. Funny how such a small thing could trigger a distant memory no matter how mundane it is. I don't say no to free food, but why is he getting me these now?
What for?
He leans on the empty space beside me, wiping the sweat off his forehead before
An
answering.
apology. And his thanks for yesterday and the other day.
I'm gonna go with no, Ima. You don't own that game. Is that the one with the nudity? Because I'm not a prude. My lines have to do with language, mostly, and content. You know, I don't condone racist remarks. You know. There are other types of things like, you know, homophobic remarks. And, you know, you know, anything vaguely misogynistic and that sort of stuff. So, you know, my lines are reasonable. Oh, but I'm not a prude. Come on. Have you not heard my dirty mind? I have a filthy mind. I'm not a prude. But on the other hand, I also don't want my stream blocked because some people... Didn't they get, like, their Xbox account, like, suspended for, like, taking screenshots of that game? So, yeah. There are, you know, content restrictions. So, yeah. No, I didn't know this had problematic language, otherwise I would have just gone, no, thank you for the code, but no, I'm not streaming it or playing it. So, yeah.
You don't have to buy me anything, Zach.
You were upset. You haven't been yourself recently, and people kind of miss that, you know?
Are you just
No, but
saying
I usually do
that,
more research.
or-
Sometimes I do more research. I do like to try to go into these, you know, like, don't like using the word blind because it's not really without any foreknowledge. I like to go into them without any foreknowledge because I feel like it gives a more genuine reaction when I'm playing the game, and I feel like that's a cool thing to do, like genuine reaction. So, yeah, no spoilers, but it's not so much that as, you know, beyond what it says on the store page, I don't know what's going to be in the game. Unless I happen to have heard stuff about it or played a promo or whatever. Like Faraday, which I'm playing with Jesse on Tuesday, I played the first, like, room thing, so I know vaguely what to expect. But this, I was just like, oh, it's a horror visual novel. I mean, I like visual novels, and, you know, on a lark, went for it, because I figured, well, you know, whatever. Oh, you want a cage in that game? No. No. Not in the first bit that I played.
No, really. Rebecca told me. You know how she is. Ashton, too.
Ashton was an ass. He should have been named Ashhole instead.
But I took it literally, because I
You
always
went
do
a
that.
little overboard, yeah. I can talk to him if you want.
He'll still tease me about it, even if it's Rebecca telling him to stop. Besides, I can handle him.
You always do. And yesterday, when you talked me through my little slump, I thought, hey, I want our old Isabella back. Are you still upset?
I mean, I'd be still upset. He should be upset. There are times I wish Zach had been my big brother, or Becca, my older sister. Maybe life would have been a bit easier then. Maybe Papa wouldn't be as sick as he is. Maybe. Maybe I wouldn't be alone here. But then again, if he is, if they are what I wish them to be, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have met Ash too. Life back home is tough, but for all that, I wouldn't change it for one selfish wish. In this city of 68,000 people, I have people I could depend on. On 3 of them, in fact. When you think about that, when you compare it to the numbers of the odds of finding someone like them amidst a sea of nameless people, I'm lucky.
Thanks a lot for today, Zach. You didn't have to, but you did. I can always count on you.
Just me? No Ashton or Rebecca? Oh, boy, I don't mind being a
Ooh,
favorite,
they won't be
though.
happy to hear that. Sorry, I accidentally leaned on the A.
Nope, no favorites. But you cook better than both of them, so that's a plus.
It's always been fool with you, ain't it?
Don't put it like that! You're making me sound like a glutton.
I'm not saying you are, but it does feel good to know there's someone I could invite for food to be able to eat all of it.
Only that? I thought we were also art buddies.
Oh, that too. But the food thing really stands out when you think about it. You do eat a lot for someone your, size.
Low blow. I take pride in my height.
So, is it okay now? Do you feel better? Does it still scare you?
A little. I'll be okay. I'll figure it out, somehow. It's not as bad as the other day, and Father Norman helped too. I should have brought something to thank him.
Oh, we could visit him anytime. He loves hearing from the young ones.
He isn't that old, is he?
Don't know. He doesn't tell. I think I might have seen his face somewhere before. I just couldn't recall when or where. Ash says he looks like his boss, so the bartender at the local pub if he squints.
Maybe he's a vampire.
Don't
That would
take
be
his
ironic.
word for it, of course. He might have accidentally inhaled something from the forensic lab again when he said that.
This time, the laughter that comes from both of us is genuine. Back to the usual. Things might not have been the easiest lately, but it certainly isn't the worst that has happened. We do end up sharing the cinnamon buns between us, despite Zach's insistence that it's only for me. But more than the food, there is relief and contentment.
If you need anything, just ring, okay? Like when Ash annoys you too much. I'll help you with him, best friend or not.
No way. I can take him on.
Still an extra muscle wouldn't hurt, yeah? Just let me know, and I'll back you up. My sister knows this one thing to shut him up when he's being his usual self. Ask me what it is whenever you want, and I'll spill it.
I don't think that's necessary, but thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
He leaves me with a smile and a wave. Off to some new gig again. As for me, we still need to talk to Becca and Ash and I. Still need to talk, Becca, Ash and I, put petty arguments aside like the adults we all are. This, however, is a start, no matter how small it might be. I just hope I can keep them safe. A light wind blows again, sending dry leaves swirling and the distinct smell of earth in the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good. I need to visit the grocery too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park? Okay, that didn't do anything. The cat's name is Baruthia, or at least that's what its collar says. But apparently there's a cat. It didn't give me a cutscene. Something to give a cat, in my opinion. But it speaks Greece. That's the one that carries it. It shows in the way he swishes his tail and his eyes follow my hands every movement. I'm not sure what he finds fascinating me, to be honest. I wasn't the very picture of Greece when he found me, after all. It was a bad idea carrying 2 bags of newly bought art materials and groceries without help or a shore ride home. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have brought all these at the same time. I didn't even make it past the park. And I'm suffering under the glaring afternoon sun, hunched up on a park bench and drenched in sweat, in the company of a cat curiously watching my every movement. I hope it stays where it is. That's just a black cat, but back at home they're considered ill omens. Oh, they're good luck. Black cats are good luck.
Don't look at me like that. I can act graceful as well if I want to.
Not that I've ever acted gracefully in my life, of course. Growing up with rowdy younger brothers and a sister does that. Or maybe it's the opposite. Mama used to call me a little troublemaker before. Well, graceful or not, there's no use moping, short breathing, and I'm off home. Besides, it isn't like the company's bad, even if it's a cat, as long as it doesn't bite or crosses my path.
Where's your owner, anyway?
He has one, doesn't he? An owner, that's what the collar's for, isn't it? Bandage is wrapped on one of its paws, though. I wonder what happened to it. Did he run away?
Well, if you don't have one, I won't be able to take you in. My apartment doesn't allow pets. I tried to bring one home before, a cat. Not black, of course. And Rebecca threw a fit before the landlady could.
I take a small packet of sweets from one of the bags beside me and pop it open. As I'm about to put one in my mouth, he meows. My hand stops.
Do you want one?
He doesn't meow again, as I'm expecting him to, but I take his unblinking gaze as a yes. I shift the piece to my palm and hold it out to him warily. I sniffs at it once, twice, before... Oh! Like a good properly trained pet, Baruthiel responds as soon as he's called. Recognition comes as soon as my head snaps in the direction of the voice. Miss McCullough's hard to miss, what with a height.
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you?
Why would your cat hurt her? It's weird. Okay. We're in the end stretch. I'm trying to leave it at the cat and just call it, because I sort of lost the shine, but also it's nearly at the end, but also it's now 4 hours plus into the stream. 20 more minutes, then I have to be done. If it's not done in 20 minutes, then we'll end.
Miss Santos, was it? I'm surprised to see you here.
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCullough.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Baruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even run away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
My Baruthiel's a she.
She? All this time I thought, pausing conversation, if this can be called one, is uncomfortable. We're merely two people working different jobs for the same client. Frankly, meetings like this don't happen a lot, and if it doesn't, simple nodding of heads is enough. Still, trying to be friendly wouldn't hurt, right? I don't talk about a cat. I keep my tone cordial and warm. Oh, okay, she does not want to talk about her cat.
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCullough.
That's not what I would say, though.
And why exactly is that? There are a lot of people who have pets.
Yeah, but not a black one. I'm amazed you're taking care of one.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Is there a problem with my cat?
This is a very bad conversation.
No, not at all. She's very sweet. Just in other cultures, aren't they a sign of bad luck?
Back at home it has. My grandmother used to tell me stories about
Nothing
it.
has happened to me so far.
Displeasure is evident on her face. Of course, I've forgotten that for other people, black cats are an omen of good luck. There you go again, running your mouth off, Isabella. I rack my brain for a way to remedy the situation, but she holds
This
out
is a
her hand.
good place to stop and end this conversation, don't you think so?
Yes, let's go.
It is good to see you again, Santos.
A complete dismissal if I've ever heard one. I watch her as she leaves. When she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and the street. She faces me again, looking like there's something she's forgotten to see.
By the way, about the Ermengarde mansion, with my clients, it's the rights, I mean, I hope you don't mind me asking, but has the deal been finalized?
There's still a few papers they need, but the house is more or less theirs now.
Ah, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Do we not give her the plans?
Wait, about the mansion,
The letter, the same one I saw. Whoever she is, she's asking for help. Someone. I want to tell Miss McCullough that the urban legends aren't legends anymore. They're real. She's not going to believe me.
Don't mind me. I need to go too. Have a good day, Miss McCullough.
I hasten to pick up all the bags I've left on the bench and ran as far as my legs can take me. And that moment, what I'm carrying in my hands weighs far lighter than the overwhelming guilt trying to consume me. Home. I want to go home. Anywhere where I won't be reminded of the house, of her, of my own cowardice. I mean, you did a blessing thingy. The food tastes less appetizing today. While looking after a lost cat. Yeah. Got a cat though. A pity. One would think that someone who'd been on continuous binge instant noodles will find a home-cooked meal enjoyable. But it isn't. Hunger isn't what's gnawing at me tonight, neither are my sore muscles. The TV runs loudly in the background, but what it says barely registers in my brain. It's hard when the things you're trying to forget keep returning to the forefront of your mind. It distracts you, eats at you, devours you. I wish this would stop. I wish I wasn't the one who picked it up. I wish it was someone
In
else.
other local news, a woman was found dead in her home yesterday evening. Luxbourne police officials are currently investigating the crime scene, but has classified the case as homicide.
Huh?
The victim, identified as Rose Pamela Cooper, 33 years old, working as a real estate agent.
Rose!
Discovered lying in a pool of blood in her two-bedroom flat with the words "Help me" repeatedly written on the walls.
Oh, this isn't what I want. This is supposed to happen. None of this is supposed to happen. I'm supposed to die. Those are just stories, right? Legends. Well, that explains why she's not in the list of characters. This is what everyone has kept telling me, so why? What? And immediately I rush to my study table and switch my phone. My hand, covered from dread, clings to it tightly as soon as I touch its edges. A piece of folded up paper, the letter lying unassumingly beside it, slips to the floor when I pick up the device. But I pay it no mind. There are more important things. Right now, I need to call her. I was just with her not long ago, and she was okay. No, it isn't Rose. I'm sure of it. I just talked to her, and a sob escapes me, and hot tears begin to blur my vision. One after another, they trickle down, weighed by the same guilt I refuse to admit I've been carrying from the start. The same one I've been hiding from. The same one that has put the people I care about in danger. My hands shake as I navigate to Rose's number on my contacts list. She'll answer right. That's what she always does. She'll pick up, tell me to turn down the waterworks, and call me a wuss afterwards.
She'll answer. Please answer, Rose.
Again and again, I dial. Oh my god, the entry phone just started ringing upstairs as the phone, and I'm like, oh my god, the killer is in the house! Whispering, praying, pleading.
Come on, Rose! Don't do this to me! I know you're there, Rose. You're not dead. Please tell me you're not.
This adds to the series of deaths and disappearances that has plagued Luxbourne in the recent years. The authorities are currently looking at a possible link with the notorious Anselm Butcher case.
The TV runs loudly in the background. A deafening static sounds from my phone speakers, but in my ears I can only hear the screams, her pleas, her whispers. Help me, we are not safe. October 24th, Monday. Buzzing sensation jolts me awake. Yeah. My body still wants to sleep, to forget what I heard, what I saw last night, but it's there, nudging, prodding at me. Slowly I become aware of how awkward my position is and the aches that accompany sleeping in a curled up position the night before. If I even slept at all. The memories are impossible to forget now that Rose is gone. I say it's easy when you say it out loud, and said the words weigh heavier on me each time. She's gone. Gone because of me. How is it because of you? Gone because of one letter I was too curious to look at? I should have been more careful. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should have destroyed it before anyone else had gotten involved. I should have... The notification light on my laptop blinks incessantly, mocking me when I look at it, as if it's calling me back to a sense of normalcy. I check it nevertheless, out of habit more than anything else. Subject: strict attendance required today. From Joanne Schultz at BriarRealtyCorp.com. To all BRC employees, in light of the recent events, there will be an all-staff emergency meeting from 1 to 2 p.m. Attendance is a must. Company changes, new hierarchy and policies will all be discussed during the meeting. Everyone is expected to bring a copy of their own attendance logs and sales reports for the last 6 months to be submitted to your respective managers for review. We are expecting everyone's cooperation. Thank you. Joanne Alice Schultz, BRC HR Manager. If this was one of those typical days, I'd happily comply and get myself to our office. Today my limbs just feel heavy. On one hand, going will keep me busy, take my mind elsewhere. On the other, the place itself is a stark reminder of what my own fears have cost me. I should just... I mean, I'm gonna go to work because I think the top choice is the shortest and that'll get us out of this loop. Moping won't get me anywhere. Yes, top choice is the okay, we're nearly done. I mean, throw us a curveball at the end, but I can't forgive the language. That's just like one of those things, isn't it? You deal with it with a smile, no matter how bad things get, and hope for the best. Although my whole body feels like lead and my limbs are sore, I push myself away from the chair and head for the shower. The letter I dropped on the floor opens as I pass by, unfolding for no one else but me to see. Every word written on it glares back at me. They sneer. They ridicule. Like living beings fully aware of what they've done. Half I pick it up and shove it into my bag, perhaps with more anger and frustration than I'm used to showing. This too I'll deal with. Somehow I'll find a way and make things right. I have to. Before it takes more people away from me, even if I must do it on my own. Papers rustling, telephones ringing, feet shuffling. Overall today looks like they've been working day at Briar Realty Corporation, except it isn't. The air is thick with tension and unspoken questions. No doubt everyone present has already heard about Rose. After they missed last night's report, they'd like to see it in the morning papers, or on various news sites on the internet. Everywhere is a bitter reminder. In fact, everyone's giving me a wide berth, so the mere mention of Rose will be enough to trigger something in me. I appreciate it, but it only serves to create a bigger hole in the place Rose has left. After lunch, my boss calls for a meeting. Don't have it to look up from my work to know what it's about. He's in a strange, pensive mood today, probably out of respect for a dead colleague. Oddly, I'd appreciate it more if you just shouted at me today. Anything is better.
I'm sure you've all heard of what happened to Miss Cooper. She was a valued member of our team and she will be missed. There's no date for a funeral yet, but those who wish to attend, kindly speak with your respective supervisors. By the way, has anyone heard about our still AWOL staff? None? HR, you know what to do. Santos, a word? In my office?
At the end of it, I've been given the entirety of Rose's workload, including finalising the rights papers, and I've been promised ample compensation for my efforts. I think he's expecting me to be happy about it. Instead, I immerse myself in my work. I have to anyway if I want to forget. Time flies. When you do, and by the time I give notice, it's already late. Employee of the month. Be a good employee and go to work. It's an achievement. Everyone's already gone, leaving me in the company of a radio and a member of our janitorial staff. I don't even know his name. Rose likely does. She remembers people easily like that.
The Lutzbomb Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
The radio blares one name after another. Hold on a sec. Missing? Aren't they? Still, I have to check. Frantic, I turn back to my desktop. The loud tapping of my fingers against the keys fills the office for the better part of my shift as I look through everything. The background update the police, its history from current owners, and a list of employees hides under BRC. And I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may have a lot of staff, they may have a lot of agents hired, but I remember those names anywhere. After all, they're also part of the crew who worked with us in preparing the mansion for the open house. And the letters? No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
Rose is...
Something snaps into place in the fraction of a moment. These people, Rose, the letter...
I need to... No. If it's like this, they still won't believe me. I have to make sure of it first.
Evidence doesn't lie, that's what Ash often says, right? If I have proof, then maybe... I don't want to get my hopes up yet, but then maybe there's still a way I can save them. The letter, my phone, papers, anything that would be useful, I grab all of them and stuff them into my bag. I can't stay here, there's something I need to do. There's something these people should... The noise cuts sharply through the room, stopping my hand short of cramming a pen into my bag.
Hello? Anyone there?
Someone must have left their printer open again. I may be in a hurry, but if I don't turn it off, another person is certainly going to have a fit tomorrow over wasted company resources. Most of the time it's Rose who does the nagging, but the clicking of the pen in my hand is a welcome distraction as I search for said object. Each stride my feet takes also echoes through the empty workplace. I've lost sight of the janitor minutes ago, and with me being the only one left, the tapping of my feet against the wooden floor is something I soon learned to appreciate. It doesn't take me long to find it. By the time I turn it off, 5 pages already strewn about on the ground, the paper tray also having been left ajar. Sighing, I pick each of it up to put someplace proper, but the page that greets me next makes my blood run cold. The chill that makes its way up my spine is as numbing as that day in the attic. The sheets crinkle under my tense grip. All I can hear is my breathing as it rasps through my gritted teeth. Before I can even gather myself, take the first steps out of here, total darkness suddenly envelops me. And as if hearing every horrid thought running inside my head right now, everything snaps. Soft creak grating through the thin veil of silence that has descended into the room. Every muscle, every bone in my body goes rigid at the sound. Familiar, so familiar now. Yet my own traitorous curiosity still presses me to take a careful peek over the cubicle's wall. That's her, standing in the only exit of the office, albeit facing away from me. She doesn't even need to turn around for me to know it's the same misshapen face, tattered clothes, unsightly gait. The same person in the attic. I take a step back, the pen I'm holding slips from my hand, and her entire head turns. A scream almost escapes my mouth, and I duck under my table as quickly as I can. My heart is pounding against my chest. I hear the bone-chilling sounds of her walk, word clicking that follows her, and telltale squelch, something wet as she walks towards me. Nearer and nearer. The sounds are slowly getting louder, the only thing keeping the whimper from escaping me as my hand as it covers my mouth. Someone, please, save me. Anyone? I close my eyes, muttering a continuous stream of prayers, all while attempting to steady my own breathing. Please, don't let it hit me. Oh. Oh well, I found a quick time event. There we go.
Our Father, who art in heaven,
that was really hard to do.
Thy name.
I could have
Thy
skipped it, I
kingdom
suppose.
come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
And the last lines of my prayer have left me. All that remains is a hush. None of her footsteps and all those chilling sounds she makes. Only silence. As it cease. Another second passes, and when nothing comes. What? Oh! I hit the wrong button. I meant to... It's gonna fail again. Yeah. I meant to hit save, which was why...
Our Father, who give us this and lead us...
I meant to hit save. Okay. Can I not skip this? Ah, QTE skip. Thank you. So I'm like, I don't want to go through that. Thank you very much. What did the relationship change? Yeah. 54%. This chapter, that makes about right. This is the end. I just was like, I'm very close to the end now. It's like, I failed and died. I've got like one more story bit and then we're at the end. So let's just get through this. So we'll come back and try and get it, I guess. But the seconds, minutes stretch out before me agonizingly. Is she gone? Slowly open my eyes to take a peek. I don't move or make a noise. In the face of such terror, I can only beg that out silent please to whoever is out there. Please, please don't let her notice. I want to live. Oh, okay, right. That is the new chapter. So. There we go, we've got Hannah. Am I right, Evans? British, yeah, that makes sense. But anyway, I'm not going to dignify that with a thing. Right. Yeah, so we won't be doing any more of that. I will just blitz through it, catch up on diary entries and follow a guide or something and just do the blitzy thing because, yeah, horrible, horrible, horrible language. But anyway, sorry for subjecting people to that particular stream. I mean, it was, you know, okay, and then it spoiled it. So we went way over time. So let's just go send everyone over to Jesse and then I'll get some food. I meant to do raid. Oh, come on. I want a raid. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much everyone for watching. As I said, apologies. Let's just go and say hi to Jesse, Open Joe, otherwise known as Angel SK, and hopefully we'll have a better game on Tuesday. It'll be a co-stream with Jesse. Oh wait, also, yeah, don't buy this game, I'm sorry.